goes out to my mother, Beverly K. Jacobs, and to the world. Let them know that we live by faith and not by sight.
The gift. So today's title is The Gift. The gift. Now, go to Romans 5. No. Go to Romans 11:29, and then we'll go to 5. It says, for the gifts and calling of Yah are without repentance, right? You see that? So there's some gifts that are given. Now go to Romans 5. Okay, so therefore, let me explain the gift. First of all, let's go over what a gift is. That first, we got to start at what things we do know about a gift. What do we know about a gift? If a gift is being given from someone to another, what is a gift? If anyone can, because the things we're speaking about are spiritual, so therefore we want to understand what is a gift from what we do know. Anybody?
Gift is something that y'all place inside of you.
Yes, definitely. A gift is definitely one to something that Yah has placed inside of us. That's for sure. Anything else about a gift that we know?
Something that only you can do.
A gift, something that only you can do. Yes, because that means it is given to a certain person. No one, yeah, that's true too. Anything else? Okay. Well, let me share some things about what a gift is as well. Some of the things about a gift we know. We're gonna go with just the facts. We don't need anything else but the facts, right? So one thing about a gift, first, the number one thing we know about a gift is free, right? It's free. Free meaning we didn't have to do anything to get it. We didn't have to work for it. We didn't have to, and number two, we didn't have to pay for it. That's another thing we know about a gift. We didn't have to pay for it, and we didn't have to what? Work for it or do anything for it. Because it's a gift. And it was how much?
Free.
A gift is free. These are the facts. If you don't know any other two facts about a gift, these are the two facts you must know. A gift comes with no work and nothing you have to do to receive it. And number two, it's how much?
Free.
Free. It's free. Those are the two facts we know about gifts and gift giving. Now, because we know if you end up having to do something for it, right, in return, we know then that wasn't a what? That wasn't a gift. Now, what other words we know if it's not a gift that someone has just given you and then you got to do something for it, then what was that actually? considered?
A bribe, a favor.
A favor, exactly. A bribe or a favor. So we know that a gift, if you say it's a gift, it does not come with the added work necessary to obtain it, labor, or anything one must do. And number two, we know that it doesn't cost us what? A thing. Meaning the person who gave you the gift shouldn't ask for anything what? In return. It's free. It didn't come with a price. There's no taxation towards you to receive it. It costs you nothing. We use the word tax a lot because it's the same word as cost. What is the cost for it? Or what is the tax going to be on it? Taxations, we know, meaning we're not talking about necessarily money because there is no such thing as money. So when a person is taxing you, what they normally going to tax you for? It's in the words. Whenever I'm taxing a person, it's not necessarily money I want from that person. What are some of the things that the devil wants from you when he's saying he's going to tax you? Your labor, right? Your physical work, right? Because he wants the labor of all the exercising, you know what I'm saying, of doing things. The motions, that energy that you put forth, that normally what the devil wants. Also, the devil wants your stuff, right? The devil always wants, and it's not your stuff material-wise, a lot of times, it'd be what? Your people, right? Not only you, but the devil wants you, your sons, your daughters, your wives, your husbands, right? These are normally things these are what they call taxable things. Meaning your child has to work for me for X amount of years. That's a taxation. Become a what? A slave. So the taxations that the devil does want, and always it comes in the form of a labor, and the labor is that it becomes a sacrifice. Something you have to give up. Right? So you have to know the difference between the language between two people who come to you and say, here, I'll offer you this. Right? Now the spirit, when it offers you something, it offers you it how much? Remember the two facts. What are the two facts? It comes free of charge. And that's why they say free of charge. The word charge means to command. So it's free of what? A command, meaning a command or order. It comes free of telling you to have to do something what? Later. Free of what? Charge. Because when you're charging somebody, this kind of same way as bossing somebody. I charge you to do this, or I'm telling you to do that. Because charge is a taxation. It's a physical labor that you must do. So we know that that's not what the spirit operates in. Because the spirit operates free of what? Charge. Not a taxation that comes later. Right? So the spirit always speaks freely. This is one of the ways you should always know when someone offers you, a person comes this fashion or a person comes in that fashion, both saying they have a gift for you. Always understand what spirit it is that is operating. Remember, those that are speaking with the spirit of Yah comes how much? What are the two facts? It's how much? It's free. And then number two, you don't have to what? You don't have to work for it. Right? There's no labor. But the devil, when it offers you something, it comes with it's not free. So it becomes a favor or a bribe at that point, right? A favor means you got to pay me back something. I give you this for that. It's an exchange. And like I said, the normal exchange the devil wants from you is not concerning, like I say, money, because to the devil, money doesn't exist. He knows that. That's why he gives it to you. Because you can't give him no money, can you? Exactly. The devil, because he knows it don't exist. That's how you should understand it. It doesn't. If the devil don't receive it as payment, then why should you? The devil don't even receive it as payment. Because remember, he said, how much can you pay the devil for your soul? Remember that one before? How much is a soul worth? So if you know if that the devil won't even take an amount of money for your soul once he has it, meaning you are not able to redeem it from him, then why is it that he gives you money? It's because he knows it's not a payment at all. So the only one being deceived here is you. Because the devil knows what he wants, and it ain't that money. But he needs to get you into some sort of deal. Right? And like they say, the deal with the devil. Which is only going to be a taxation of you. Because after the money is long gone out of the situation, how much you still owe the devil? And you come to find out it was everything but money that you got to get a devil. Whether it be your property, your land, your people, your animals, your source of income, your food. You notice these are the things that the devil wants. Your good name, your identity. See, these are the things that you would have prospered in. So those are the things that the devil trades for. That's what the devil wants. Right? Adam and Eve couldn't pay an amount of money to get out of that deal. And you wonder why. Because the devil never trades for those things. Because to him, those things don't exist. He doesn't care about money. Right? But he does care about souls, which are priceless. If he can talk you into a deal, that's what the devil wants. So that's a little bit about gifts, so that you can have an understanding going forth even into it. Now, because it's free, you'll notice that that's where the spirit always goes in that direction. Spirit always moves in that direction. Right? Okay. So let's read a little bit in Romans 5 to get us started. He says, so therefore, being justified by faith, we have peace with Yah through Yahushua Mashiach, which is in some people's terms, Jesus. But we know that Jesus was not a white man. So we know that Jesus was a black man named Yahushua. By whom also we have access by faith into this grace wherein we stand. Because we stand in this, he's saying, and rejoice in hope of the glory of Yah. And not only so, but we glory in tribulations also. So I can't just gloss over and rejoice in hope of the glory of Yah. That's the purpose. Hear me? That's the purpose. Sometimes things be so right there in your face, but then again, we kind of read it so fast and gloss over it and miss the whole point and purpose in which it stands. He says, by whom also, I read again too, by whom also we have access by faith. Access meaning to have the ability to go in to. By faith, right? So the difference between faith is when you can go into any place. He's telling you have access to enter into any place by what? Faith. Now, what is the opposite of faith that some people will try to enter in by what? This is another F word they use. Because either you enter in by faith or you enter in someone's house by what? Force. So he's telling you that there's two separate means in which you will enter in. But we have to always understand when Yahushua speaks, how is he speaking it? Because he speaks, I love the two-edged sword. Because the two-edged sword, with it, it's able to, on one side of why it's called two edges, because on one side, it speaks of truth. It speaks of faith. But on the other side of it, it cuts down those who speak against the very words I speak to edify you. You know what I mean? The words I speak to bring you up, it's the same words I speak to tear the devil what? Down. You get it? Two-edged sword. One is, I speak the same word, but the same word is used to edify or bring one person up, But at the same time, that same word I'm using to bring you up, it's able with that same word to tear the devil what? Down. Because he can't stand in truth. Truth is the things you need. That's why it's called to edify you, meaning to equip you with some things that you need to go forth. And it cuts off the things that you don't need to be equipped what? With. Two-edge. With the same word, it's able to do both at the same exact time, simultaneously. Raise up one and tear down what? The other at the same exact time. So he says we have access by faith, meaning we are able to enter in by faith into this grace wherein that we stand and rejoice in the hope of the glory of Yah. The glory of Yah represented that these will be represented or will be made known. The glory that they had in them is that they do have Yah where? In them. This is the glory that you will come to find. You have Yah in you, and your adversaries what? They don't. See what I'm saying? By that same access. 3. And not only so, but we also now, he says, but not only do we glory in it that you will be found with Yah in you, and those adversaries will not. We also glory in tribulations also, knowing that tribulations worketh what? Patience. Well, one person said, well, why do I need to go through tribulations? Well, it's so that you will understand in that tribulation that that's only for a moment. And it won't last what? Forever. But the truth will last what? Forever. So that's just for a moment. So sometimes we're brought unto things unto people for that very testimony to let them know, oh, you ain't going to be here too long anyway. So do what you must, speak what you must. How do you know? Because that was what Yahushua spoke unto Judas. The day after he dipped at the bread and gave it to Judas, Judas immediately got up off the table and Yahushua spoke to him these words. Go do what you do, but do it what? Quickly. Do what you do, but do it quickly. Because he knew it was only going to be what? For a short time. Do what you got to do. But it ain't going to stand forever anyway. So carry on. Finish it. That way you can be what? Finished. Because remember, what Yahushua understood through the Spirit is that everything that has a purpose, understand what purpose means. The word mean, M-E-A-N, means. What is the means? It's a means to an end. So we know for every purpose, it has a start, right? And then from that start time, means when it was born, it's going to, through pride, it's going to rise up, ain't it? So that pride allows a person to be born, and then it rises in pride to start talking that smack. It starts feeling good and overly confident about itself. That's called the rise. But then it has, every purpose has a duration of time in which it can stand. Listen, a duration of time in which it can stand, which is called a short season. So they're going to huff and puff for how long? A short season. For that time, that purpose will exist, whether it be over you or not, until it completes its purpose. And once it completes its purpose, what does it do then? It falls. Think of it. Born, start point. Rise, pride. Sustain, period of time to finish their purpose. And then after that, they what? They fall. That's called a tribulation or a transition. How do you know transitions? I'm going to give you 2 ways you can remember. Always remember what a transition is. A transition is nothing more. You ever seen radio waves? Okay. Yeah. Okay, the heartbeat machine. Remember the heartbeat machine? Whenever you see one, it's zeroed out, right? It's the line that goes through flat line. But whenever it has life, it's a boop boop. That's the start point. Because that is life, ain't it? But then that life does what? It rises up and then it goes for a little time, do what it got to do, right? Because of life, the purpose, and then it what? It falls off. And then it goes through, right? This is where we get to, and this too shall pass. Because it was here today, but it was gone what? Tomorrow, in just a heartbeat. Gone. So those called transitions or a transient. A transient. These words I know because I used to deal with music and stuff. I used to deal with sound and frequencies. And I know that every sound that you ever hear starts off when then they say, from the time I say every voice, think about every word you saying and think about the frequency, right? Listen, a singer, she hits a note. From the time she starts that note, right? She says, like opera, start, that's the first word. And then when she's trying to hold that note, it goes what? Up in pitch, right? And she tries to hold that pitch for as long as she can, right? Right? But then she can't hold it for only a moment. And then what? It goes down. Because her voice she has no more breath left to keep that note what? Going. Purpose has finished. Gone. So as quickly as she opened her mouth, she backed on and had to what? Close it. Mm-hmm. Right? Every word spoken shall be judged, right? So that is what you call the tribulation. Because you're going to have many people coming what? In your life. Exactly. So you're going to have somebody coming here saying this, and you're going to have somebody come saying what? That. So you're going to always get that in life. The question is, during that period of time, how shall you stand? Right? Like the big bad wolf. Can he huff and puff and blow you down? Remember the three little pigs? But if you're not sturdy in the faith, you'll what? You'll get blown away with it, won't you? Meaning as it goes, you go. Right? So he says, that's why he says we glory in tribulation, meaning we endure it. And we withstand it. And we resist it. Altogether. Meaning we have not given in to it. And because we didn't give in to it, when it passes away, guess what? If you gave in to it, when it passes away, guess what? Where you go? You go with it. Because it blew you like a wind. As the wind came and went, you went with it. You gone. But it's supposed to be as the wind blows, it just going one ear what? And you still there. It didn't fade you. It didn't phase you. It didn't fade you. And it didn't make you stagger or stumble. And you still remained in the what? The faith. See how strong faith is? But let me show you how stronger it actually is. So it says, knowing the tribulation worketh what? Patience. So what is the main thing you gained out of that? Patience. Knowing that you had to go through some things, but a lot of things do be for the lessons, don't it? Don't get it twisted. Because devils love that when I say that. Yeah, I'm just here to teach you a lesson. Now, it says, woe unto them who create offense. Let's go there. We'll come back. Matthew 18:7. Because the devil loves to be slick. That's what tribulations are. Just periods of time when people won't try to come and test you. Right? It says it clear though. It says, woe unto the world because offenses, for it must need be that offenses come. So he says it. So him and the devil both agree right here. Well, people need to be taught lessons. That's how the devil will speak. People need to be taught lessons, right? So, and y'all agrees, you right. My children will learn, right? They will be corrected. They will be taught lessons. That is true. Very much true. Meaning they will go to tribulations, and right? Temptations and tribulations. My children will have to go through that. That's true. You're right. So when you say, yeah, people got to be taught lessons. Yeah, you're right. But guess what? The Lord speaks though. Don't get it twisted. Because Yah says, I do need my child to grow. I do need my child to be corrected. And I do need my child to learn their lessons, right? But guess what? Oh, great teacher that you chose to be. Since you wanted to be the teacher of that lesson, since you wanted to be the teacher of that lesson, that which they had to be taught like you swear they needed, guess what happens to you? He says it, you're right. Offenses must come so people can be taught. But woe to that man by whom the offense cometh. So woe unto you for being the one that brought that child that what? That lesson. You wanted to teach them, right? You wanted them to learn a great lesson, right? Well, now what does the Bible say? Because they have learned that great lesson, but what does the Bible say now? Woe unto you, because you felt like they needed that, right? They needed that punishment. Did they really? Huh? Did they really need that punishment? And by you, oh great teacher. You sure? He says, but no, you was right. They needed to be taught a lesson. But woe unto the teacher. But it wasn't supposed to be by you. That's what he said. So woe unto you. Because now remember, you got to pay for that lesson. Oh, great teacher. Now let's go back to Romans 5. Since you wanted to be that teacher of that great lesson. You know how they said that person needed to be punished anyway. So I just felt like I put it upon myself to be that one. Okay. You're okay. Since you felt like it was needed. But woe unto you who offend one of the what? The elect. That's what he's telling you. You better off getting out of it. Not everyone should rise up to be a what? Teacher. No, understand the scriptures. Not everybody is sent to be teachers. Because you got to understand, if y'all, what did y'all came to make you do? If you say you're a teacher, right? What is the purpose of a teacher? To restore. What is the purpose of a teacher? To what? To restore. To make one what? Better. Okay. Now, once you decided you wanted to teach, did your teaching make them better? Or did your teaching make them what? Cry and hurt? And was it a pain to them? Huh? Be careful of your teachings. Because if your teaching turn out to be for their grievance and they're hurt, then what did you teach them? You didn't teach them right. What does the word right mean? To restore. See? So how did you say you taught right if you just took something away from them or made them hurt or pain in any type of way? How was that a good teaching? Oh, great teachers. Okay, let's get on with it this time. So here we go. And not only so, but we glory in these things. In patience, what do we gather? Number 4 says, in patience we gather what? Experience, and experience hope. And hope make it not ashamed. But the love of Yah is shed abroad in our hearts by the Holy Spirit which is given unto us. For when we were yet without strength, in due time Yahusha died for the ungodly. For scarcely for a righteous man would one die, yet peradventure for a good man would one even dare to die. But Yah commended his love towards us, in that while we were yet sinners, Yahusha what? Died for us. Much more then, being now justified by his blood, we shall be saved from the wrath through him. Justified by his blood. Blood is another key word I need y'all to understand. When it says Yahusha gave his life and gave you his blood write this down so you can always remember what the blood means. It's talking about the blood of fruit, right? It can be fruit juice at that point. That's why they call it blood. No, I'm serious. Fruit juice, right? Whenever you drink the juice of a fruit, what is you drinking of it? You're drinking is what? It's what? It's blood. It's the truth. Whenever you drink fruit juice, you're drinking the blood of that particular fruit. Yes. You drink apple juice, that's just the blood of what? The apple. You don't see red blood come out of it, but you see the color of it that does come out, right? Like when we use the fruit, the processor, what is that thing we use? That juicer. See, the juice is the what? The blood of any fruit or vegetable, right? Yeah, it's the blood. They call it juice. Give me that juice, right? If you take a apple and run it through the juicer, it extracts the juice from it. That juice you're taking, we call it juice, but it's actually just the blood of that particular what? Fruit that comes out. Watermelon juice, same. It's the blood of that fruit, right? Same way if you put us through the juice, so what's going to come out of us? Right? Now you get it, why they call it blood, right? All right. So yeah, for scarcely is a righteous man saved, pre-adventure. He says through his blood. So his blood represents, write this down, the blood represents the answer. It represents the answer. Okay, you got it? So what does Yahusha blood represent? The answer. Okay, let's keep going. He was now being justified by his blood, we shall be saved from the wrath through him. So switch the word blood right there and put the word answer. Then it makes perfect sense what he's saying. Listen, let's read it again. 9. Much more then, being now justified by his what? Answer, we shall be saved from the wrath through him. For if, when we were enemies, we were reconciled to Yah by the death of his son, much more, being reconciled, we shall be saved by his what? His life. And not only so, but we also joy in Yah through our Lord Yahushua Mashiach, by whom we have now received what? The atonement. Atonement represents to amend. Whenever you amend, it means you have now received what they call forgiveness. And once you receive forgiveness, that process is the beginning of your restoration, right? Wherefore, 12. Wherefore, as by one man sin entered into the world, and death by sin, and so death passed upon all men, for all have sinned. For until the law, sin was in the world, but sin is not imputed where there is no law. Nevertheless, death reigned from Adam to Moses. You see that? Even over them that had not sinned, after the similitude of Adam's transgression, who is the figure of him that was to come. The Adam was the beginning. Who was the figure that was coming after Adam? Yahushua. 15. But not as the offense, so also is there go the word of the day. But not as the offense, so also is the free gift. You see that? For if through the offense one man be dead, much more grace of Yah and the gift by grace, which is by one man, Yahushua, have abounded unto many. And not as if it were one that sinned, so is the gift, for the judgment was by one to condemnation. But the free gift is of many offenses unto justification. For if by one man's offense death reigned by one, much more they which receive abundance of grace and of the gift of righteousness shall reign in life by one, Yahushua Mashiach. Therefore, as by the offense of one judgment came upon all men to condemnation, even so, by the righteousness of one, the free gift came upon all men unto justification of life. Okay? So in that one gift, we know that one gift, that free gift, that was given to all of us, that were all of Israel. Yahushua gave us a what? A gift. Now, this is how you know that it's different between what they was trying to serve you up and say, well, here you go. Matthew 23, 24 through 39. Okay, he calls them, he says, first of all, you blind guides, which he was speaking to the Pharisees, right? You would strain at a gnat and swallow a camel, right? Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees. He calls them what? Hypocrites, first and foremost. For you make the clean the outside of the cup and of the platter, but within you are full of what? Extortion and what? Access. And I'm on Matthew 23, and I'm reading the verse 25 now. Read it again. He says, so woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, you are hypocrites. For you may clean the outside of the cup and of the platter, but within you are full of extortion and access. Okay. Remember we were talking about those favors, right? Now, when you say a favor, what is a favor? Y'all said it was what? Blackmail, right? Remember that? Yeah. What blackmail is a form of extortion. So that's why he says that was what they were doing, favors. See, they weren't giving you something for what? Nothing. For instance, he said they won't even hold a service unless you pay them first, unless you have to give them something. So they was already in the business of you give me something, I give you something, right? Favor for what? Favor for a favor. So they wasn't saving nobody's souls, because this is impossible to save a soul if you're out there trying to what? Rob them, right? You ain't helping them out. You're not giving them anything they truly need, because you was really robbing them. That's why he said the word extortion. You extorting my people. And access. You are not a help to them. Help means to do good is to restore. How much is restore? It's free, right? Mm-hmm. So because it's a free gift, you don't have to pay for it, right? The two facts we talked about. You don't have to pay for it. And neither nor do you have to do any more labor for it. See, but these, they don't tell you that. They say you got to come to church every Sunday. That's a taxation right there. Because you gotta sacrifice to give the church what? Every Sunday, to dress your Sunday's best. You got to listen to them teach and talk for the however much long, right? Then they're going to pass around the plate and receive your what? Your money. And let's just say if the church decided that day, the congregation said, we ain't giving the pastor nothing. Would he say, speak one word? Will he do it if they don't give him anything? That's the extortion part. And that's the excess part he's talking about. Y'all do it for money. You do it for whatever you can get out of these people. That's what's called the taxation. You're taxing my people. The thing about a gift, it starts right where you from. Number 3, a fact about a gift. Write this down too. Number 3, a gift. It's added to what you already have. So what is 3?
It's added to what you already have.
It's added to what you already have. Right? Ain't that what a gift is?
Yeah.
It's added to what you already have. 3 truths. We just spoke about what a gift is. A gift is not a gift that you got to give me something for something. That's not a gift. You're taking one thing just to replace it with another. That's not a gift, right? If I got to pay you X amount of dollars for this, then that's not a gift, is it? It's an exchange, ain't it? It comes with a sacrifice, doesn't it? But Yah says, I desire mercy and not what? Sacrifice. See, mercy means the gift. I choose just to give them something. I add unto them. I don't what? Take nothing what? Away from it. Exactly. That's what a gift is. Mercy is a what? It's a gift too. You're going to begin to understand. It's something that is added to your life. It doesn't come with you have to come up off something just to get mercy. No. Mercy, because guess what? Mercy is saying from right where you are at, having done no more or no less, I forgive you. Meaning this, when a person says they forgive you, let's go over what that means. Whenever you forgive somebody in the court of taxations, we'll go there. Go to the courthouse about it. If the judge says, I forgive you, what does that mean?
You said the judge said I forgive you?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, free. Free to go.
Free to go. Costing you what? How much now?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. Number 2, it says, your debt is what? Forgiven. So that means how much you owe more. So from that point of forgiveness, from the time you are granted forgiveness, you owe how much more? 0 more. See, that's what I'm telling you. From that point, no matter how low or high you are financially at that point, once you are forgiven, it's an addition to your life. You owe nothing else. You can walk out of there having owed nobody from that point on what? Nothing. That's what mercy means. No more payment. No more taxations. You don't got to go to this class afterwards. You ain't got to take this workshop afterwards. You ain't got to do nothing else. That's what forgiveness means. I'm not saying after I forgive you, but then tell you, well, I forgive you, but you still got to buy me them J's. That ain't what? Because what if they can't get you them J's? That means you didn't forgive them. So forgiveness, from that point, you tell a person that I forgive you, understand what that means. From that point and where they standing at, right then and there, you are not asking what? Nothing else of them. Meaning all is what?
Forgiven.
All is forgiven. Your debts of now what? Are paid. All debts are not erased out of the treasury book. I go through your name and find out how much you owe on your little list of what. I go down the list of all the people that owe me something. I see your name on that list and say, okay, this one owed me X amount, but I just what? Scratch that off. This one, and then mark what? Paid. Paid in full. Paid in full. Done. That's what forgiveness means. Okay? That's what mercy was. Now, that's what forgiveness means, because mercy is an additional add-on. Now, what does mercy mean? According to the same taxations we talking about in the court, when a person says give them mercy, what does that mean?
You don't know.
Huh?
You don't know.
Because now that you gave them forgiveness, that means from right where they're at, they owe no more. No, they're already free once you forgave them. That clears the debt. That's what forgiveness does. It clears the what? It clears the debt. Understand that. Forgiveness just clears the debt, meaning now we even. Even. Forgiveness just makes you and that person what? Even. So then he adds an additional one and say, now I give them what? Mercy. No. What now? Mercy means it is an added feature. It's another added amenity. Mercy means now, and give them back what you have taken from them. So now it doesn't make you just even no longer. Now that additional mercy says restore everything that was ever what? Taken from them. That what mercy means, restore. Bring back. Not that I was going to take it forever. It just means for appointed time I'm to take. But then mercy says not give it what? When they say have mercy on them, it says not give them back their stuff. Mercy means to be returned.
It's almost like righteousness.
Righteousness, that's what it means. Now give them back what belongs what? Unto them. Because remember, during the time of debt, they might have took what? They put a lien on your stuff, didn't they? When you're indebted, you're getting a lien put on your stuff. Like for instance, everything goes into like rent mode, right? You can never pay nothing off, right? You're in debt, you're on loan basis. It's given to you as loans, right? But once your debt is forgiven, you don't owe anymore. And now mercy added on top of that says, and now give them back the things that were already what? Theirs that you put liens on. Like things you have taken from them and said, that's no longer yours. That right there ain't yours. She ain't yours. I need one of your child. I need a hand, an arm, a leg, and a toe. It's to give all those things what? Back. That is what mercy means. Have what? Have mercy. So you see, these are additional pieces. These are more amenities added, more conveniences are added, right, to your life, right? That is what those things are for. So you're going to always understand those who are speaking in the spirit and those that ain't speaking in the spirit. Okay? Let's go forth. So that's why he calls these Pharisees what? Hypocrites. Because you fashion yourself as one of those that are doing that for my people. But are you really doing that for my people? Nope. Extortion was the word he used for them. Meaning they was blackmailing, blackballing, threatening. It's to be what? In court, it is to be what they call unfair. Unfair treatment. So instead of you telling them they free to go, you put out a threat or ultimatum. Well, if you don't pay, you going to what? In hell, right? You're going to be, and that means to go back into captivity. Exactly. They didn't free nobody. They put you in a worse bind than what you was already what? In. See, that is to tell a person, it's to be unfair means this. You wrestling with a person, right? You wrestling whether or not you're going to get a person back their stuff. That's what the wrestle is. Whether I'm going to give you back your stuff or not, right? So you want to continue to wrestle with them to come up with every reason why you shouldn't, what? Give them back their stuff. Now, they have wrestled with you because they have paid every debt. They have paid everything that they have had to work for. They have labored enough. But you refuse to honor that payment and say, nah. You still owe me some more. So I continue to accuse you and find reasons to accuse. But what makes it harder is because now they gotta force you to agree with the terms and conditions and say, well, I gotta keep you in this captivity because you didn't pay your rent. You didn't pay it on time. You was 2 seconds off. And because you was 2 seconds off, I have to stay over you for a whole nother year or so. And you find a way, and then that person said, well, no. So they wrestling back saying, no, I paid. Now, what makes it unfair is because they know you are right, but now they have to add some other forces or entities to come in. That's why he said one comes in and brings 7 more with him. That's how he does it. He said, well, I'm gonna need the court to help me. So he gonna file a motion, right? He gonna get the judge involved. He gonna go call up some officers and constables, and then they gonna come out, right? And then he gonna call in the what else? Judges, right? Then he gonna lawyer up against you, right? And so he gonna bring all these extra entities into it, and they gonna back him, right? And then it becomes now it's a whole unfair situation, because why did you have to bring all that to argue your case, right? So all that overcompensation of things they have to bring extra to add unto them is what makes now the situation is totally unfair. Because now you're not arguing with that one no more or wrestling with that one. Now you're wrestling with all 7. Why do you think every time when the devil knows they wrong, they have to go get a buddy? Ain't I right? When they arguing with you, they gotta go bring somebody. No, if you arguing one-on-one with somebody, why do you have to bring in a 3rd and 4th and 5th person? Because you're wrong. And you know you are. But you need someone to back your lie. Validate that lie. Ain't I right? And if they a liar, they gonna what? Agree. Yeah, they about right. But did they speak in truth, or they just spoke in disadvantage? Because they just had the number game. It was just a disadvantage, meaning an unfair situation they put you in. Right. That favor, because they had to call up all the favors, right? All the people that you owe me for this, you owe me for that. And they all gang together and ban black. That's how the person gets blackballed in the first place. They call up those favors to get that person blackballed, or all together hinder that person. We all work together to hinder that person. You're going to see that a lot in your life. You'll see a bunch of people band up. That's what bands mean. They band up to come against you, to keep you down. So instead of a situation where it's supposed to be a building up of you, they extort you, because now they said we got extort mean to hold back until further notice. Now we ain't finna give you your stuff, because I got 7 people that's gonna help me make sure you don't get your stuff. So you see how they bring in 7 more other people to back them, right? Because once you wrestle to get one devil out your house, he just gonna come back with more supporters to try to put you back under the captivity. Put you back in debt. Put you back in debt. 7 people that owes him a favor. See, every time the devil lies, he got to find 7 people that's willing to carry out that lie for him, to help him in that lie. That's where his strength comes from. The devil has no power. So he needs people to help him. So he has to call upon all those favors of people he done bailed out of their binds and lies to help him continue his His lie. Right? We getting it? All right. He says it. That's why he calls them hypocrites. 26. Thou blind Pharisees, clean first that which is within the cup and platter, and the outside of them may be clean also. So woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you are like unto whited sepulchres. Whited means to appear to look holy. Whited. Whited means to appear to what? But whited also means, according to us, to appear to have the what? Spirit. Appear. But looks can be what? That's what it's telling you. They appear to have the Spirit. They appear that Yah is working with them. And it's only because, remember he said one demon brought in what? 7 other what? So it appeared that that person was right. Why? Because he came with 7 more people that agreed with him. So he appeared to be more powerful than you. But was he really more powerful? Because how do you know? Let's go back to old school days. How we used to know back in grade school. Because whenever somebody felt like they were stronger than you, they want to pick a fight with you, right? But we always knew who was the strongest one. Because normally, whenever they jumped on somebody, we knew who the stronger one was. And it wasn't the ones that was doing the jumping. We knew the only reason why they was jumping because one-on-one, we knew that what? You was getting tore up. We seen it with our own eyes. One-on-one, you was losing. So your cousin had to jump in. Your sister had to jump in. Your brother had to jump in. Your friends had to jump in. Why they had to jump in? Because you couldn't do it by your what? That's how the devil operates. He operates with the numbers game. That's how he's able to blackball you. So it appears to everyone else when they see the fight like, oh, well, it does look like that one's stronger. Because they brought more people to the what? To the fight. But is it true? No. Because if you think that's true, you're not looking at it clearly. Clearly, if you wipe away the dust from your glasses, you will see that, oh, they jump on that person because that one person is very strong. And they need to try to bind that one down by adding extra help. That's what you really are seeing. So even in those moments, if you ever the one on the short end of that stick, then just know who the stronger one really is. Why you think it took a giant to fight David? Who you thought was the stronger? See, to us, we would have think that, oh, it's Goliath is clearly the stronger one. That's what I mean, whited skeptical, meaning to appear to be at an advantage. It may look outwardly that one has the what? Advantage. Whited skeptical. That's what that means. White. Appear to be holy. Appear to be the one Yah is with. When truly what? Yah ain't with them. Because they brought all that access. That's why the extra word was called access. The other word. Remember extortion and what? Access. That means to have extra. More than what is needed. An abundance of stuff that's not even needed. Because when you go into battle, what did David pick to fight in his battle? 3 little smooth stones and a slingshot. That was it. He didn't take all the access. Because if Yah is with you, then what? Do you really need all that? You need tanks, guns, bands. Do you need all the extra stuff? The Iron Man suit, the Hulk Buster, you got to bring all that out? Huh? You need to bring all that if Yah is with you. Oh, ye a little faith, according to what Yah would say. If you got to bring all that to the fight, huh? Then, yeah, you ain't the strong one in the room. But it appears to be on the outside looking into those who don't got what? That don't have faith, unbelievers, and don't have the spirit neither. That's why they glorify that type of person. Like, ooh, look at all that stuff they brought to the... You got to bring 100 people with you to walk the streets. So people that don't got spirit, they praise that. They say, ooh, look at that. They call it what? Power. Ooh, look at that power. That's power. That's power. Huh?
So is it like the ones that ask for help, or is the ones that because what if you write and then there's people back you up, but you didn't ask for help? Yeah.
Now, if people back you up because you are true, then that's Yah
That's y'all saying.
saying that you are right. You're getting that confirmation because that goes into the scriptures that say it is written that in the company of 2 or 3 witnesses, let every word be what? Confirmed to be what?
So it's the ones that
True.
ask.
Yeah, it's the one who asks us for help. Like, girl, come help me. Bud, I need you. Look, this one out here a little bit too strong for me. That's what they really saying. This one is too strong for me. Y'all got to back me up. Y'all backing me up on this, right? These are the ones that are cowards by themselves, but I always need the backing of everybody to make themselves feel what? Strong or confident. So they need the backing. Like you said, these are the ones that go running forward. Help. Help me. Come on, I need you over here right now. It looks like it's about to get bad. I'm going to need you. And then they get all over there, and they be lying too. Because when they get over there, they be all busted up by 30 minutes. Say, what happened, man? It was a whole bunch of people, you know. And they be like, and then you come to find out it was only one. What happened? And they gonna lie, saying they big, they was a bunch of them or whatever, right? And then you be like, that's what happened. You come out running over there to help them out. Like, what happened? Because 9 times out of 10, if they lost, it's because they was a lie anyway. I ain't never seen a truthful person lose. I'm just being honest with you. I ain't never seen a person that was in the truth ever lose. So if you come back dragging a leg with a black eye and stuff, it's probably because you was what? You was in the wrong. And so now you need all your family and friends to come back you up. Come on, y'all. I need y'all to come back out there and help me redeem myself. No, baby, if that probably happened to you 9 times out of 10, you was wrong. Because I ain't never seen a good person walk away, they butt kicked. I ain't. Have you? I ain't never seen it. I ain't never seen it. So if you come back dragging your leg and stuff with a black eye and a hickey right here, the big old bump, and you like, y'all come help me, buddy. They got me. And you be like, what happened? Man, it was a bunch of them out there, man. They towed me up. And then you ask them, well, what did you do? Well, I ain't did nothing. Who jump on you for nothing? Right? Who does that for nothing? You sure you didn't say nothing? You sure you didn't do anything? And a lot of times, what? You done said something and did something that you wasn't supposed to what? And brought that upon yourself. And then when you come back acting like, you know, you want us to get involved when you know you was the lie. See, the lie always need backing, don't it? Help me. Right? But if you the truth, then y'all would have helped you win that what? That fight, of course. See, when y'all is with you, you don't lose. But if you need the backing of everything to help you, then that's what they called you the whited skeptical. I mean, you're the one that's trying to appear to be holy in front of all these people. But obviously, you the lie. Because I ain't never seen a person get towed down and they was in the right. I haven't yet seen it. I have seen a lot of bad people come back and try to get their family involved. And then when they tell them about the story, they've probably been lied and said something that trying to get them riled up to help them, right? They gotta lie. Only way you're gonna get them riled up is to what? Man, they told me up, man. I ain't did nothing. You like, and then you should look. If you ever find yourself in that situation, and they all running and you telling you to come help, you need to stop. Use true reasoning and wisdom, and ask yourself and ask them the question: how did that happen to you? What happened? Don't just jump. Oh, come on, Kenfo, let's go. Get the guns. No, don't be rash. Find out what happened. Be a good judge of character, because I'm telling you, a lot of times they try to get you, pump you up to jump you, or put the key in your back, or gas you up to get you to go into something that they was dead wrong on. And then you come to find out after you probably dead or in jail when you're sitting there thinking about, dang, where did I do? And then you come to find out the true story, underlying the story, like, oh, they was lying the whole time.
And they still around.
And they still around and you the one locked up dead or in jail. So before you jump into somebody rescue on that, find out, you be a good judge of character to judge that situation, ask yourself and ask them and pray. Like, what did you do? Because I know I ain't never heard that nobody ever got beat up or jumped for walking in truth. Never heard of that before. Walking in peace, walking in the spirit of Yah. I ain't ever heard of it. I haven't. I mean, you might have heard a story about somebody that was completely right and got towed up for being completely right. But he didn't come back for nobody else, did he?
No.
So, like I say again, have you ever heard of anybody who got towed up, came back asking for your help? That was right. Think about it. There is answers to these trick questions. Find out first what really happened. And you're going to come to find out 9 times out of 10, something they leaving out that involves them. Something they going to say, everybody else said something. That's why you always got to ask, what did you say? Right? Don't be like what everybody said. She said it, he said that, they said this and they did that and that. Okay. So while they were doing all that, you were just standing there like Angel? And then they just jumped on your beach, right? So you didn't inspire, you didn't provoke, you didn't say, right, you didn't do anything, say or do anything. You have to ask these questions. Because according to my experience, I ain't never seen a righteous person get torn down in no situation. And number 2, I have never seen them, even if they is in battle, to be honest, I have never seen them lose. So if I see a loss, somebody sinned. And we need to get down to the bottom of that before we just jump and run out there and try to rescue stuff that shouldn't be rescued. Right? Okay. Just letting y'all see that. A little bit of, understanding, street knowledge at that point. See? So he says, 27. In the middle of 27, it says, which indeed appear to be beautiful outwardly, but within are full of dead man's bones and all what? Uncleanness. So dead man's bones. See, they got dead man bones represented dead people. Carcasses, right? So what are they doing with dead man's bones? What are they doing with them in the first place? Because you're supposed to bury the what? The dead. So how do you still got them in your possession? How are you full of dead man's bones? So that means it was a forbidden teaching because it's dead. So you still holding on to something that person didn't prosper with, and now you got it. Right? It's something that you kept that person didn't prosper with. It was an old dead man bones representing the bones of what they call teachings. So that person didn't prosper in it. That's why they did. It didn't work for them. And you see how they say they go digging up? Exactly. Old teachings, trying to reuse them again. Like a dead teaching, be like being a psychic. That stuff died, but somebody picks it back up. You can be a psychic? Yes. Hey, was that a long time ago? Oh, you can be a witch? Okay, I thought witches were condemned. But yeah, you can still be one today. Because, a lot of this stuff, these people are still trying to become these things, what? Today. That you heard about a long time ago. Right? Summoning spirits and stuff. Who wants to do that? Ain't them old dead teachings? But you still have people today trying to do those things. And trying to read and research it and study how to, they said you can bring the dead back to life. Let's find out. They said if I need 2 crystals and I need some sage and 2 incense. And they go out trying to get those things so they can really try to do it. But the last person did it. What happened to that? You ever asked that question? I'd be saying, what happened to the last person who did that? That's why they be saying that. For a reason. What happened to the last? Or they be saying, you remember the last person who did that? Exactly. It was for a lesson. Why would you want to pick up something that was not successful with the last person who tried? I always telling myself, well, I ain't going to be like them. It's going to be different with me. They always tell themselves that lie. I'm different. Whatever happened, I know that happened to them and they ship burned, but it ain't gonna happen to me. I'm gonna do it the same exact way, right? But how you gonna do the same cause and don't think you're gonna get the same what? Effect. You're gonna get the same effect. That's why the Bible, especially, is written so that you can understand a lot of courses of people in the past who did, whether it was good things or bad things, and the courses that they took. And you see for yourself, did it end well with that person or did it end badly with that person? And then when you recognize the path, the ending result, then you have to think within yourself, okay, now Goliath's path, did it end well? So we know we ain't trying to do what he did, right? Samson's path, did it end well? So we saying, well, we don't want to do what Samson did, right? These are the things. But then when you read a person like Joseph, you say, well, how his path came? It came out good. Okay, now that's the path that I can take. That's a pattern that I can use. I can mimic after those patterns because it ended well, right? What about Cain? Cain's path ended not good. So, okay, we ain't going to follow that path. But Abel said Abel came out good. So, okay, let's see what Abel did. So that's why the book is written like this, so you can encode some of these patterns and behaviors that happened long before you and realize that a lot of those patterns are in the what? What you walking on right now? The ground. So that's telling you a lot of that stuff is flatlined, meaning been gone. But there is somebody today who wants to what? Dig it back up. So those are dead man's bones. Things that they didn't prosper in. Why was you tried to? And you have a lot of those things. Like Egypt. That's how you know. Because Egypt been long gone. But how is it still here today? Somebody dug it back up and said, I think we can use it. But then the question, if that people, they no longer here, that means something bad happened to them. So they path didn't end well. Why would you reuse it? But that's what Esau was good at, what? Digging up what? Dead man's bone. He made even video games called Tomb Raider. Yeah, because he loves, right? Digging up old stuff. Indiana Jones. Find that stuff that's buried. He's good at it, man. So he says, full of dead man bones and all uncleanness, meaning that's the pollution of it. Because when you pick up something that's dead, you get yourself what? Dirty. Exactly. Because once it's dead and you touch it, same way right now. If you touch something that is spoiled or dead, what are you supposed to do to your hands after that? Wash them. See, it's already the correct teaching that you want. Anytime you touch something filthy, dead, or maggoty, anything like that, what do you do with your hands afterwards? You're supposed to wash them, because if not, you're going to be considered to be what? Contaminated or dirty. Or unclean. That's why he says the word is unclean, because once you touch something that is dead or not profitable, you're only making yourself dirty. Because meaning, if that's a bad teaching, that means obviously that's not who's teaching. That's not your teaching. It's not one of y'all teaching, and it's definitely not for you. So anytime you touch a teaching that is not for you, you done got yourself what? Dirty. Filthy. That's why y'all gives you that bath. Like, get that dirt, what? Off of you. So meaning, don't take no teaching that does not belong to you. Don't touch it. Don't taste it. It goes back to the blood. Fruit. Don't eat nothing like forbidden what? Fruit. That was, Eve ate off the tree of what? That was a knowledge. It was a teaching. And she ate some bad what? Fruit. A bad tea. And it got them what? Dirty, didn't it? Mm-hmm. Because at first they was naked. Naked represented that they were clean. But once they bit the apple, they had to put on clothes, meaning they got themselves what? Dirty. And so, go to 29. 28 it says. So even so you outwardly appear righteous unto men. See that what it mean? The white is skeptical. I mean, you appear to be righteous unto men. But within you are full of what? Hypocrisies and iniquities. Meaning you don't build nobody up. You are in the business of what? Tearing people down, meaning putting people in debt. You're not getting anyone out of debt. That's what it's a hypocrite, because you're supposed to be righteous. Righteous means to get one out of what? Debt. See? Righteous means to get someone what? Out of debt. He says that's why he calls them hypocrites, because they walk in the costumes of those who supposed to be getting people out of debt, calling themselves good, but in return, once they come in your knock at your door, they end up doing what to you? Putting you in a what? Another bind. Bind means debt. Same way, we get out of one little bind and they come send us something in the mail or give us a call and say, guess what? Here come another bind. You're like, I thought I just got out of one. You see? So that's now you understand. And that's called a business, ain't it? Because people are in the business of keeping you what? In binds and in debts. Soon as they see you coming out of one, they try to hurry up and slam you with another one. And you're like, I'm just trying to get out of debt. But they keep trying to what? Keep you in it. So they can have something over you. Because remember, over means exactly what it means. I'll control you. Right? Wherefore, 30. Now 29 says, so woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, you hypocrites, because you build the tombs of the prophets. See, that what I mean? You dig the ditches. You're the one that the tomb means the debt. You build the tombs of the what? Prophets. You're trying to create the debt for them. Prophets will represent the good ones. You're trying to keep the good ones in what? Debt. And garnish the scriptures of the righteous. Garnish means this. To add sin unto what? Sin. So you trying to find a way not only to put them down, but another added layer to keep them what? Down. See, you come up with another, okay, you gotta do 20 years of paying, and then the added, instead of an added bonus, it's an added weight. They said, and you're going to have to pay another additional such and such for this period of time. That would mean to garnish, meaning you adding sin unto sin. You adding more debt unto an already previous debt. You know what I'm talking about? They're already struggling to pay this one, and then you come and hit them with another one. Oh, okay, you guys, I'm sorry, but yeah. Add this to what you already doing. You was paying $100, now you're going to have to pay $700. I'm sorry. You know, we're here to help. Call us if you need us. Mm-hmm. So wherefore, 30 says, and say, and this is what they even say, if we had been in the days of our father, we wouldn't have not been partakers with them in the blood of the prophets. Saying if we had been in the days, or we was born in the same days of them, we would have not been partakers with them in the blood of the prophets. But this is with Yahasai. Wherefore you be witnesses unto yourself. See, your very words, you're going to condemn yourself. That you are the children of them which killed the what? Prophets. Saying that they just admitted. They right along with it too. So fill ye up the measure of your fathers, meaning continue to fulfill the lust of your what? Father. Continue to do the same spirit and work that they was already what? Doing. He's telling you to what? Continue. Finish it. Right? You serpents, fill up then the measure. See? Okay, that word measure, I can't run over that. What is a measure? When it says fill up then the measure. The length. Exactly. Because he said the devil has how much time? So remember I told you in the beginning how it works? A person has a start, a rise, a sustain, and then a what? A fall. That's the measure. Remember, tribulation only there for what? A moment. That's what he's referring to. So fill up then your what? Measure, meaning your time frame, meaning finish it up, and so you can what? Quickly what? Fall afterwards. That's what he's telling them. Go ahead and fill it up so that you can fall. Meaning rise to what? To fall. Go ahead and rise so that you can fall. Like he told Judas. Go do what you're doing. Do it quickly. Go on, rise so that you can what? Fall. Get it over with. Get it over with. 33. So you serpents, because serpents are what? You generation of vipers. What are vipers and serpents? Snakes, right? Now, why you call them serpents and generation of vipers? Why? Because snakes are normally considered what? Poisonous. So anytime he calls them hypocrites, he's telling them because they're very poisonous to the children of Yah, aren't they? Right? Because anytime you keep a person in debt, is that giving them blessings or is that giving them curses? So therefore, a curse is a poison. You're making them weaker. You're not making them what? Stronger. So that's why I call them generations of vipers and serpents, because they're not there to make you stronger. They're just there to make you what? More weaker. So he tells them, how can you escape the damnation of hell? Right? He says, damnation of hell. Damnation represents the time frame and curse. So what ended up happening, because of them, they couldn't escape the what? The damnation of what? Hell. Hell represents what? Yeah, so it's their fall. Remember? So because they couldn't escape it, he just tells them to finish their measure. Their length of what? Time before they what? Before they fall. Exactly. Y'all getting it? He said you couldn't escape your fall. You doomed to what? To fail and fall. Exactly. So go ahead and do what you do, because by that it'll damn you. It'll curse you in itself. The work itself is going to what? Curse you. So continue at it. That way your length of time can hurry up and come to a what? An end. That's what he's telling you. Finish. Do what you. That when they tell you, finish it. What you think they telling you? It's not them. Finish who? Yourself. It's almost like committing what? Suicide, ain't it? So why you think Judas went and hung himself afterwards? Because the work was done. So go do what now? Finish it. And in return, he understood what it meant. Because that's why he went right after and did what to himself? He killed himself. Exactly. Understanding these great things. That the devil only has a what? Short time, and then he must go kill himself. Meaning go do a work that's going to get him his own self what? Killed. That is an eternal judgment, y'all. Eternal. Why I say eternal? Because that only speaks to where? What does eternal mean? Or external? It's inside. So when Yahushua speaks to you, he's not speaking. I know it goes through your ears, but when you mess with Yah, he's gonna speak right directly to that soul of yours and tell it what to do. When he told Judas, go do what you do and do quickly, he was speaking not to his ears. He was speaking to that man's very soul, commanding him to go kill himself. That was what it is. That's called eternal judgment. It's just through the words spoken. And he said, you can't escape it. Because from the time it's spoken to you, that's why you better be careful run around these elects, popping off, not understanding that they got a word that can, what? Yeah. It says they bear the sword, not in vain. You hear me? So he told you the two-edged sword is what? It can both help you rise, or what? That same sword can help you what? Fall. Telling you. So be careful when they speak, because they can give you a judgment. They give you a word that ain't going to just speak to you. It's going to speak to your soul, and it's going to command your soul, and then you're going to run off and go do that work. And that's going to get you done. I'm telling you, they actually have this ability. They do. Remember, y'all word don't come back what? It don't. So once they speak it, it's a wrap. That's why Esau cried after Isaac, his daddy, spoke the judgment. Wasn't nothing he could do. He can't change it. He can't take it back. Right? Can't take it back. That's why you got to be careful. I have to be careful a lot of times how I speak, because I know a lot of times my word don't fall vain on the floor and just be swept off and say, okay, that ain't happening. No, it comes about. That's why you have to be careful what you say too. You know what I mean? So that's why it's better for me to speak good unto you than have to speak what? Yeah. Right. So that's why you always want it to be good words that you hear, of course. Because trust me, that's why it's called two-edge. Because one can help you, but you don't want to go against the grain of that. Because that sword can turn around and cut you down. So don't rise against it. It's for your own good, right? So wherefore 34, wherefore behold, I send unto you prophets. Now that's the key name of them too, prophets. And wise men and scribes that know the law. And some of them you shall what? Kill and crucify, meaning try to put them out. And some of them you shall scourge or try to what? Try to put to shame in your synagogues and persecute them from city to city, meaning steady try to add accusations to them, steady try to accuse them, steady try to keep them in debt, steady persecute them, steady try to make them slip and fall. Some of them you steady trying to go at because you know at that point that that's one of y'all's what? Elect. And you trying to make that elect what? Fall with everything in you, right? And he tells you what's going to happen though. Listen. You're going to come after them so badly. I was explaining this the other day to somebody. They said that upon you may come all the righteous blood shed upon the earth, and from the blood of righteous Abel unto the blood of Zechariah, the son of Barachias, whom you slew between the temple and the altar. That upon you, what's going to come upon you? That condemnation. So that you ain't got no choice. She said you couldn't escape the what? The damnation of what? Hell. So he's going to make you do something that you won't be able to escape it. 36, verily I say unto you, all these things shall come upon this generation. So he's telling you, there's no removing them from they neck from the sword. There's no removing it. Right? But he says 37, O Jerusalem, thou that killest what? The prophets, and stone them that which are sent unto thee. How often would I have gathered my children together, even as a hen gathered her chickens under her wings, and you would not. He uses the great metaphor right there. Jerusalem speaks into Israel, right? Yah, at that point, refers himself as a what? A hen, right? As a mother. Because hens, males or females?
Females.
Hens are what?
Females.
Females. Look, hens are females. Right? Because the rooster is the what? Yeah. The male. The chicken hawk, you know.
I thought a rooster was a different type of chicken.
No, the rooster is the male chicken.
It has a little spike in it.
The one with the little mohawk.
It's just the male.
That's just the male. And the chickens are the females.
There's no female roosters.
I thought it was a different type of chicken.
Now listen, he uses a great metaphor right here for those of us who understands. Listen, let me break it down to you through the spirit of Yah. What is he really telling you? He says, O Jerusalem, verse 37, that killest the prophets and stoneth them which are sent unto you. How often, meaning how frequent would I have gathered the children together? Who is he trying to gather together? His people. Right. He wanted to gather them together. Even as a hen gathered her chickens under her wings, and you would not. So when a hen chicken stretches out her wing, first it uses hen. Hen represents a woman. Listen. And it says, gather thy children together. That would represent it. She said, and gather her chickens. So the hen, right? And her chickens, so that represents she was a woman, right? And the chickens also represented what was her next title. She wanted to gather all her chickens, so that would have made her also a what? A mother. And then it says she wanted to gather her children, being that she was the mother of you, Jerusalem, and gather her chickens under her wings. Now, what is the wing? Stretch out the arm. Where you put your babies at? Under your arm, right? That represented under her habitation. Now you said, well, what does habitation mean? Huh? What does habitation mean? No, habitation is a place you dwell, right? Ain't it a habitation? But I'm going to tell you what really habitation actually represents. Habitation is a place where you dwell, but you have to break the word down to its root word. What is the root word of habitation? So it is your habits. So she wanted you to gather you back to your habits. Now, what is that then? A mother trying to gather you back to your habits. Do you hear me? No, you don't hear me. A mother trying to gather you back to your habits. What is that called?
Your habits.
Restore what though?
Righteousness.
We know righteousness, but you're missing it. She wanted to restore you back to your habits. What is that then?
The original teaching?
It is the original teachings. But what is it then?
Your placement, right? What's the word?
Yes, because if you can hit it on the nose, you will understand who she is. She is your mother.
Wisdom.
It is wisdom. But there is a more simpler word for it. Because sometimes wisdom throws people off because people can't even give me the definition of what wisdom is. So I want to go to a word that we do know.
Mercy.
It's not mercy. But it is the action of it. But if she's restoring you back to your habits, look at the word habit. I think y'all missing it because you're not looking at the word habit. You're glossing over it. If I'm returning you back to your habits, then what am I doing for you?
Returning you back to what you usually do.
Returning you back to what you usually do. So then what am I giving you back? Your what?
Identity.
Identity. I know that, but it's an even more simpler word.
Freedom.
No. Now you're going away from it. Go back into the words y'all just was using. Returning you back to your identity. Returning you back to your habits. Making you get back your
Memory.
Memory. She is the mother of your what? Memory. That is why mother is not taught in the Bible. Because she's the one that was taken from you. She's the long lost parent. That was what they took from you. Why do you think the Bible is all about males? God and the son. And you never hear nothing about a mother, nowhere. But then the Bible says clearly when it says, but honor your mother and your father, for that your days will be what? Longer. Now, how can you honor a mother that you never knew you had? Well, my friends. She is called wisdom. You are 100% right. But wisdom does one thing for you. Brings you back what?
Your memory.
Your memory. She brings you back your memory. That's why he says, I would have gathered you, my children, even as a hen, a mother gathers her children under their habitations. Under what? Back to their what? Original habits. When it's ever your original habit and you're returning back to it, something you used to do all the time, it means I'm giving you back your what? Your memory. To remember what it is that you used to do all the time. Like y'all said, identity. See, when Esau and them took y'all captivity, what did they do to y'all? It's clear. That's why he been reach, and y'all been trying to hammer this nail in your head for the longest. But you keep overlooking it. He been trying to hammer it in your head for the longest. What did the snake take from y'all in the garden?
Your memory.
Your memory. From day one. It's been established every time you read the Bible. That's what it keeps trying to tell you, but you're not gathering it. You're not understanding it. You're not getting it. That's why he said, lost sheep, and that gets what? Found. Lost sheep. How did you get lost? How did you get lost? What did you lose? Because there's only one way for you to get lost is to forget where you were going in the what? First place. So the thing you forgot was what set you on your journey from day one. You forgot. And those things were taken from you by the devil. Yes, the devil was cunning. He's a great deceiver. So yes, they took it from you. And you became to call yourself. Remember, they changed your language, changed your name, changed everything about you, put you in new clothes and everything. Well, not new clothes, obviously, rags, of course. But, put you in the whole light and then called you, changed your name. Now you're a nigger. Gave you different titles, didn't they? And you forgot everything about who you once were. Everything about it. To the point, that's why you're relearning it today. Because everything about who you were was taken. And you woke up one day like, where am I? Who am I? What am I doing? Because you lost your what? Yeah. And they forbid anybody to teach it to you. Why do you think they don't want it in history classes now? They forbid anyone to teach it to you. We are the ones that they war with. Ones that will teach you. We are the ones that they say, we can't let this one, don't listen to them. We are the ones they say that about. Why you don't want us to listen to him? Because he helps them gather back what? Which for the devil, that's a big problem. That was what he was saying right there. So he says, so behold, your house is not left unto you desolate, 38. Your house, see? What is the house again? Habit what?
Habitation.
Which is what?
Your habit.
And that your habits are things you do frequently every day. So what did he tell you? Now your house, meaning your habitation, is left what? Desolate, meaning you forgot who you what? Who you were altogether. And that's what desolate means. Flatlined. You have become dead. No pulse. Walking dead. But 39 says, for I say unto you now, you shall not see me henceforth, because Yahushua's about to disappear. But then he's going to reappear. Now that's going to be the great thing, is where he reappears at. Till you shall say, blessed is he that cometh in the name of Yahushua. Blessed is he, because now he has finally what? Reappeared. He has reappeared. Second Corinthians 6. Let's make sure I want that. He says, we then, as workers together with him, beseech you always that you receive not the grace of Yah in vain. He says, for he said, I have heard thee. This is prophecy. The only way you're going to wake up, the only way you're going to wake up, hear me, hear me, hear me. The only way you're going to wake up is if you hear the prophecies. You have to hear them in your ears. If you hear them spoken by somebody who knows them, given unto you, you will wake up. But until then, you will not. That's why they say, blessed is he who come in the name, what? Of the Lord. Or you will not understand. That is why they don't like people like me, who is here to make sure people like you understand and get your what back? To get your mother back. To get your mother back. That is what is taken away from you. Your mother. Mother of what? That's why they call her wisdom, remember? A long time ago. They called her wisdom. Your habits. Guess what? Because even though, hear me, you're going to always look like your father. But your ways come from what? Your mother. But the only way to bring her back into your life is to remember. You must what? Remember. Remember, remember, remember. He said, I heard thee. Now, I love this part of it. This was the most exciting part. Because you say, well, what I'm going to do? What am I going to do? How shall I remember? Huh? Huh? For he said, I have heard thee. Listen. In an acceptable time, in the day of salvation have I succored thee. Behold, now is the acceptable time. Behold, now is the day of what? Salvation. Now is the day of your salvation. Giving no offense in anything, that the ministry be not blamed. Listen. So we approve our ministry in much patience and afflictions and necessities and distresses, in stripes and imprisonments and tumults and labors and watchings and fastings, by pureness, by knowledge, by long suffering, by kindness, by the Holy Ghost, by love unfeigned, full of charity, by the word of truth, by the power of Yah, by the arm of righteousness on the right hand and on the left, by honor and dishonor, by evil report and good report, as deceivers and yet true, as unknown and yet well known, as dying and behold we live, as chastened and not killed, as sorrowful yet always rejoicing, as poor yet making many rich, as having nothing but yet possessing all things. O ye Israel, our mouth is open unto you, our heart is enlarged. You are not straitened or bound in us, but you are bound in your own bowels of compassion. Now for a recompense in the same I speak as unto my children, be ye also enlarged. Be ye not unequally yoked together with unbelievers. Hear me. Be not yoked with unbelievers. Listen. Be not in what with unbelievers? Being not in agreement with unbelievers. Don't walk around telling yourself we in this together. For we are not. Only together we have is one thing, and what it is that we do agree on. What is the agreement? The agreement, only agreement you can have is to walk in Yahushua's spirit. That is the only agreement. How can we be together when you don't believe what I believe? So at that point, we are not together. So it tells us to be not unequally yoked together with unbelievers, because for what fellowship have righteousness with unrighteousness? And what communion has light with darkness? There's no agreement. There's no communion with a believer or with an unbeliever. Those that know their memory versus those that don't what? Would choose you not to know yourself. There's no agreement. And because of that, if you ever make agreement with those on the outside, trust me, at that point, you don't have any spirit. Because there's only one agreement you can make. I'm telling you, there's only one agreement you can make. See, they be wanting you to make an agreement with them so that you can try to distract people. They want you to distract. They want you in agreement. Help us distract them. Keep them busy. Is that what Yah wants though? But Yah wants their undivided what? Attention. So that they can understand who it is that speaks to them. Yah wants you to know who speaks to you. Yah wants me to know who speaks through me. And for you to know who speaks through me. There is no other fellowship. There's no partnership that I can make with someone else if I'm supposed to be married to Yah. We are in the business of saving souls, not tearing down souls, not destroying souls. So what communion has light with darkness? Darkness is those who don't know. So what communion do we have? Right? What bread do we share? What truth do we share? What blood do we drink? What cup and what Lord's Supper do we share together? If I'm here to bring light to you and they just there to keep you distracted and divided and scattered. When the goal is to gather you together under the head. So what concord? Or what part has he that believe with an infidel who knows nothing? What agreement has the temple of Yah with idols? For you are the temple of the living Yah. And as Yah has said, I will dwell in them and walk in them, and I will be their Yah, and they shall be my people. Now, this is the part you probably just missed. What's the goal? What is the glory of it all? It's to have a union with Yah. See, your heavenly mother definitely wants you to understand who you are, who you have always been, and walk in those habits. That is your habitation, your house. That is your dwelling place. You dwell in your discipline. You don't dwell with other people. Okay, what you got to say, and then take everybody what they say and try to form yourself off of other people's impersonations. No, I'm not like you. No, I'm not like you. But I know who Yah made in me. And I am to walk in Yah's way in Yahusha 24/7. He says it right here. 16. And what agreement has the temple of Yah with idols? For you are the temple of Yah, living Yah. He's telling you who you are. You are the vessel. You are the instrument. You are Yah's what? Instrument. You ever seen musical instrument? Right? Name some musical instruments. Guitar. What else? A flute. What else? Violins, pianos, drums. So you are an instrument of Yah. But we know instruments make sounds, don't they? That's what he means. Instruments make sounds. Instruments make what? Sounds. It has what you call a voice. And every instrument has its own what? Sound and voice, right? Does a guitar sound like a piano? Does a piano sound like a drum? Does a drum sound like a tambourine? See, each has its own distinct sound, its own voice. And because of that, that's what's called the temple of Yah, the instrument. We are the instruments of Yah. But it's only supposed to be one thing that comes out of our mouth. And what is that? Huh? What is it? Yah's what? Teachings. How do you know? Because he says, you are the temple of the living Yah. In verse 16. Meaning you are the instrument of Yah. As Yah has said, for it is what? Written. See, whenever he says this, I'm about to give you some prophecy so that you can understand who you are with Yah and what Yah wants to do with you. Because you are an instrument of Yah, you make a sound. But what shall that sound play? It's the key. The key. What key? See, every musical note has what you call keys. You got D minor, A flat, right? G minor, right? B, A, right? So he tells you though, being an instrument, what you best to be playing. Listen, it ain't supposed to be A minor like Drake, like Kendrick Lamar say. A minor. No. What is your key? What is your key? Mm-hmm. He tells you what you best to be playing. Listen, verse 16. Because you are the instrument of Yah, he says, I will dwell in them, and I will walk, what? In them. And I will be their Yah, and they shall be what? My people. So what did he just say? Supposed to be coming out of you and supposed to be known no matter where you go. Your voice. But what's the voice of who though? Voice of Yah. See, you are Yah's instrument. He just don't want you trying to play your own what? Tune. Our problem is we try to play our own tune. When he tells you clearly, the only agreement you have in verse 16 is this. Your agreement is with Yah. Your marriage is with who? Yeah. Your two becomes one is with who? Yeah. All these is the same mystery. But it's telling you when you speak, I will what? Dwell in them. And I will walk, see? In them. So where y'all gonna be at? In you. Where Yahushua gonna be at? In you. So when people on the outside hear you or see you, they should supposed to hear and see what? Yeah. Yahushua in you. See, you are just the instrument. But it is Yah who selects the key in which you shall be played. You are the instrument of Yah. Our problem is we love it to try to play it by our own tune. But 17 said, but wherefore come out from amongst them and be ye separate, says Yah, and touch not what? The unclean thing, and I will receive you. I will receive you. That you can finally be one with Yah. Gain back your memory, your identity, and walking in the light of who you're supposed to be according to Yah. See, this is that point in epiphany in which you will actually realize and say, that's that name change right there. Because you're no longer who you thought they said. That would mean come out from amongst them and touch not the unclean thing. What's the unclean thing? Who you once were. Touch it not. Don't receive that teaching what? Anymore. So you got to go through your whole inventory of teachings. Looking yourself in the mirror and going over all that inventory of teachings. And if your teachings if it ain't Yahushua ain't coming out of you, then you got something else coming out of you. That means you playing at a different what? Tune. And if you playing at a different tune, that ain't one with Yah. That ain't one with Yah. Go to Isaiah 49. We got you. It's time. Listen, O owls, unto me, and hearken, you people from far. The Lord has called me from the womb. From the bowels of my mother have he made mention of my name. See, it was when I learned my memory, is when I learned my name, who I am. what is my habitation. And he has made my mouth like a sharp sword. In the shadow of his hand have he hid me, and made me a polished shaft. In his quiver have he hid me. Sharp sword. What comes out of the mouth? A sharp what? What is that sharp sword, y'all? Yes, it is the spirit of who? Of Yahushua. We're going to definitely share what that spirit is. It's a sword because it brings judgment. Told you it's two edges. It edifies one, but it tears down the naysayers. In the shadow of his hand has he hid me. He hid me in my what? He covered me up in his what? Under his arm. See, that's her, your mother. Then he said your mother. And what does she hide you in now? She hid you in your habitation. She hid you in you. She hid you, meaning she brought you back to your what? Memory. And now you're not walking with the mind of what you used to be. You're walking in the mind of who you really what? Are. That Yah can finally use you. He said, as a polished shaft. Polished means what? When you polish something, what are you doing to it? Shining it up. Meaning you're taking something that you had for a long time and doing what to it? Restoring it, revamping it. Preparing it for duty. Because when you polish it up, you ain't finna throw it back in the closet. You're polishing it up because it's time to use it. Though it was old, that's why I needed polish. Needed to be revamped. Right? Reprogrammed. That it may get its memory back. And he said unto me, thou art, see, by art. I love why he used the word art. Art means because you've been predestinated. Art, A-R-T. Art. He didn't say R-A-R-E. No, he says A-R what? T. Meaning it ain't something he bots to do. Art is an old word referencing something he has already what? Done. Right? Meaning by my word already, purpose, this is who you are. That's your memory. You art my servant, O Israel, in whom I will be what? Glorified. What do you mean by that? Because I just told you, as an instrument of Yah, Yah says, by you, I will be what? Glorified. Meaning, you're gonna say what I want you to what? You know why people can't be saved? Because they refuse to do the one thing that can save them. Yah says, ask yourself the question, how will you be saved today? By what means? Because Yah says, Yah says, I will save you. So that means you can't do it alone of yourself. For that is impossible. But with Yah, see, with Yah, all is possible. So that means when he says it, he's not lying to you. When he's trying to tell us, Israel, I'm going to be the one that what? Saves you. How do you know it's going to be Yah that saves you? It's because there is no other word you can say that's going to save you but the words of Yah. It will not be no other word you can bring to the table. That's what he means when he says, I. And he said, and I will be glorified, meaning I will be represented in the right light, whether you like it, what, or not. It's going to be through me in which man will survive. If that man or woman will not say my words, they will not survive. That's what he's telling you. But if you come up to the table, they ask you a demon, a devil, a mountain, anything come before you and say, okay, you need to get past me. What is your correct response? And if you won't say the word of Yah, if you say anything else, you pull out any blade, any gun, anything out there and try to fight, you will die. Because they only answer to one thing. He said, if you will not speak it, you will die. That's what he means when he says, I will save you. Not you. Not of your words. Not of your own understanding. Not of you just get out of my way. That ain't finna cut it, baby. And you will get slayed where you stand. Because angels don't respect you. Demons can't stand you. Devils want you dead. Because they know that only one can pass them up. And that's the one that will speak Yah's word and not be afraid. That's what you best remember. I don't care what stand before you, you best to speak Yah's word. That's why every time you read, why do they keep saying, for it is written? For it is written. No matter who they stand before. Like I told you, that historian, for it is written. Because that's what's going to save your life one day. He's telling you, he's giving you the heads up. But you won't receive it, right? You still think in your mind, it must be. Now, it's another way. That ain't gonna how it's gonna become. But he says, I will catch the wise in their own craftiness. Meaning that's how you're going to die. You're gonna bring that thing to the table. What he said, you live by the gun, you die by the gun. It's not gonna save you. That's just gonna be what you brought to the table. That's gonna be your means of death. That's what you brought to the table. They're not asking you to bring nothing else. That's the thing about Yah. You won't put respect on his name. But he says, O Israel, in whom I will be glorified by. Because only Israel can speak it. That's the whole point. And all Israel shall what? Speak it. How do you know? 4. Then said I have labored in vain. See, I've done all the other junk. I have spent my strength for nothing and in vain, yet surely my judgment is with Yah. And my work with who? Yah. My judgment and my work gonna reside where? With Yah. So there's nothing else my work, my labor none of the other stuff I'm doing counts for what? Nothing. It doesn't matter. That ain't what's gonna save you. You gotta look the devil in the eye and speak what? Yah's word. What is Yah's word? Yahushua. He says, and now says Yah that formed me from the womb to be his servant. See, that's what you were created for. To bring Jacob again to him. Meaning to save what? Israel. This is what you was created to do. though Israel be not gathered yet shall I be glorious in the eyes of the Lord. Meaning after y'all finished and made you mature enough, y'all say, nah, that one's going to do it. That's why he said, my beloved son, whom I am well what? Pleased. Him, y'all what? Hear. This the one y'all gonna have to hear, whether you like it or not. My beloved, meaning the one well trained in my word. That's the one you're gonna have to hear. He's going to be glorious in the eyes of the Lord, and my Yah shall be my strength. So what is he telling you? What else weapon can you bring to the table? People going to learn when he tells you that only I can save you, what that really means. There is no other, nothing else on the table you can use. See, that's what the devil is trying to talk us into other stuff. That's why you see people like us want to go buy guns and go buy bullets and try to fill up our houses and stocks and pantries full of stuff that ain't going to profit us what? Nothing. To think that we're going to use that to fight. We're going to fight with it and we're going to survive. I'll tell you now, listen to the words coming out of my mouth when I tell you all of that's going to fail. But only one thing is going to survive, and that is the words coming out of my mouth of Yah. That is what's going to survive. Nothing else. So that y'all can fully understand some of these great things. Go to Malachi 3. Behold, meaning open up your eyes and see if it will not be true. Behold, I will send my messenger. Yah says, I will send whose messenger? His messenger. Why do you think it's his messenger? Because what the word messenger should be something that you can really understand and dig your teeth into. What does messenger mean? One who is sent. One who is sent by Yah to deliver a message. So the words the messenger comes to bring ain't his own words, is it? It's the whole point of it is that he's coming to bring you someone else's word, which he was commanded to bring. So that's why I tell you, you can't present nothing else. You only got to present what Yah has sent you to what? Bring to the table and present. That's what makes him the messenger. He always going to say, thus says who? Yah. For it is written. This is what Yah said, and this is what Yah wants. And he, this messenger, shall prepare the way before me. And the Lord, whom you seek. See, you say you seek Yah. You seek for answers. Answers to these trick questions of when we getting out of here, how we finna get out, what we gonna do, where we need to go, who we need to talk to, how we gonna make it. When we finna die, I'm hungry, we need some food, we need something to drink. Well, all these questions. And you have need of answers, don't you? See, that's the thing about faith. Yah gives you the answers and delivers them to you in your presence. That's why he says, behold and see the answer. Messengers are created to bring you what?
A message.
And what is the message?
It's not of them.
The answers. Exactly. Messengers brings the answers. They bring the answers. They don't bring more questions. They don't bring more debt. They bring what? Solutions. This is the difference. Everything you prayed for, everything you asked it for, everything you wanted from Yah, they come in that shape, form, and what? Fashion. That's why he calls them the instruments of who? Yah. Messengers is just like a singer. See, because they come to sing too and hit that note. But that's the thing. These ones, they play in key. In key means that they are one with Yah. Everything they want, Yah wants. Everything Yah wants, they want. And so when they open, Yah opens his mouth, it goes into them, and then they open what? Their mouth. But what are they speaking? Everything that comes what? From his mouth. They're not saying something else, because then if they do that, then they like this. Y'all saying this, but he ain't got nobody to speak it, because they over there saying what? What they want. And they ain't got nothing to do with what Yah wants. Mm-hmm. So that's why he says first he takes one and aligns them first. Then once they are aligned, then Yah can speak directly to them, and then they're open and speak as an instrument. Just like one has a tuba. He blows into the trumpet, and the trumpet what? Makes the sound. Exactly. So he says, I send my messenger, and he shall prepare the way before the Lord, and the Lord whom you seek shall suddenly come to his temple. Temple represents his what? What? Memory. Remember? I told you, because you are the temple of Yah. He said the Lord suddenly comes unto him, meaning the spirit is not where? In him. Even the messenger of the what? Covenant. What is he coming to bring? The covenant. Whom you delight in. Behold, he shall come, says Yah. 2 says, but who may abide in the day of his coming? See, that's the thing. You ask for stuff that you ain't what? You ain't ready for. See, these are people who pray for these things, but then when it finally comes, what? They ain't ready for it. But nevertheless, it's here. Now you got to deal with it. Now, because it is here, you called it forth. You probably said one day, man, I want somebody to come save me out of this situation. Somebody come help me do. It's here. Yah answers prayers. But the question is what you going to do now that it is here. But let's give you the answer. He says, and who shall stand when he appears? These are questions. Because he says, for why? Because he is like a refiner's fire and like a fuller's soap. What is a refiner's fire? He's like a laser. Refines. He refines things. He makes things. Remember that word polish? Remember that polish word? See, his job is to what? Get them back what? Iron sharpens what? Iron. He's making them get back their what? Memory, their identity. He's helping them gather these things. So he's refining them. He's reshaping them, not to a new form, but just bringing them back to what? The original. Refine. That's the word. Meaning you were fine at first, so I got to what? Make you fine again. Exactly. Perfect again. So that's why they say, listen to him. Do what he says. Because he's going to make you what? Better. He's going to make you right. And he says, so that's that fire, because that fire, remember, like the sword. He's saying that sword because when Yah's talking about fire for Yah, it's the same thing as a sword. Because fire does what to your body? You call it burn, but Yah just call it what? It cuts. You think fire is actually burning you when it's truly just what? Cutting your flesh what? open. Those are cuts. Whenever you touch the fire, it's going to open your skin up. That's a cut, a laceration. You're being cut by the fire. And so many cuts is called burnt because ain't nothing left. After you cut it down so many times, what is left? So that's why the fire at that point said, after it got cut up so badly like just ashes, ain't nothing left. Ain't nothing left. You done got cut that many times. But the fire, the refiner's fire, is not supposed to hurt. It's not supposed to destroy you, but just make you what? Better. The problem is people run from the fire. Of course, right? The angels see fire, they run it. It's a fire. Oh, fire, I gotta go. No, his words represent fire. When he speaks to you, he's going to tell you something that's meaning chastisement. He'll speak something that's going to be for your good. You receive it. Because it's good means it makes you become who you are. So you receive it. And it's going to cut away what? It's going to burn away what? The fat, ain't it? That's what refine means, to take away what? The fat. Like a laser, it's kind of slimming it down to what it needs to be to become what it's supposed to be. So it's like fire. Whenever you put fire on meat, the first thing that fire does to the meat is burn off what? The fat. To leave just the pure essence of the meat left. Which is what's going to be useful to Yah. Not the fat part. The fat part represents the world's teachings. That's why I say give unto Caesar what belongs to what? Caesar. See, he burns off those teachings. Like you can't see this one. That's why I say who can be ready for this one? Because ready means ready to battle this one. Because if you're going to come to this one with that fat of the world, that type of conversation, it's going to immediately what? Burn that down. It's going to chop that up and spit that what? Right on out. That's when you already know what you're dealing with. Because the games, the playfulness, the challenges, whatever you think you used to doing in the world, playing with childish people, you can't do it with this one. It won't work. And if anything, the fire is so strong, it's going to what? It's going to burn. So either you let the fire mold you, refine, or it's going to do what to you? Burn you away altogether. Because one thing it does do, it burns fat. So you better hope you got less fat than ratio, more meat than fat ratio on you. Because if you more fat to meat ratio, oh my, what type of burn you finna to take. Because it's going to cut away all those things that are not useful for you going forward. Because remember, to get to them, get through them, it's the same way as to get to Yah. Remember, Yah speaks what? Through them. So you trying to get to Yah, but first you have to go what? Through them to get to who? Now, they already telling you what is necessary being the doorway to get to who? Yah. So they only telling you what is necessary for you to shave off or trim so that when you present yourself to Yah, you will be what? Approved, acceptable. But if you fight it and resist altogether, that's what it's telling you. Who shall stand against it? Who gonna battle it and think they gonna win? Because remember, they're not speaking their own words. What are the words they're speaking? This is the key. What are the words they're speaking? Yah's word. So you treat them as you was dealing with Yah. So you don't fight it, you don't resist it, because those judgments, they come out and they true. Same way Isaac spoke to his two sons, Jacob and Esau. The words come out true, pure, and they don't go back. Now, you only got one or two things you're going to do. You either going to chastise when you receive it and change, do what you got to do. Or, number two, you can prepare to battle against it. But the key word is prepare. Now, we know those who do prepare to fight against it. Remember, that is a fire, like he says. Now, I don't know about you, But I know us as people ain't nothing more but would be represent the wax of a candle at that point. Because our bodies, one thing I know our bodies, which y'all gave us a perfect lesson. What is most stronger? Can man walk into a fire or can fire walk into a man? You tell me, if the two passing each other up, what's going to be left? That fire gonna walk, yeah, it's gonna walk right and to keep on going and just get more hotter, right? Because it's using you, not burning you up. Yeah, so, but you, per se, we know we can't fade fire, right? That's why they say it's fight fire with fire, right? That's why they say, but if you ain't got no fire, how you gonna fight fire? And then two things. Since when does fire fight fire? It just adds to it. Exactly. It adds. That's why when Yahushua walked to any one of them disciples, he said, come, follow me. And what did they immediately do? They joined. Fire, like you just said, fire adds to what? Fire. They just come. They ain't finna question it. They're not finna battle it. Here I come. Here I come. Because I know your word is going to lead me down the right what? Path. Here I come. They don't argue with it. They don't fight. They don't resist. They don't pull out their own little sword. Well, come on then. Because they already know you ain't finna beat that fire. I don't care what fireman suit you put on. I don't care what Iron Man suit you think you got. All of it melts when it stands in front of fire. All of it. Or even a fireman, he can put on a fireman suit and walk into a burning house. But I promise you, he better be in and out. And don't tarry. Because what you think happened to that suit after a while of being in the fire? It's going to melt right off of him. And then it's still, after it melts off of him, it's going to get to that same old skin you was trying to defend. And then it begins to make those same cuts that you was trying to run from in the first place. And those same cuts are still delivered. But now it's more cuts. Because now you can add a sin unto what? Sin. And he was trying to help you from that first sin. But then you went in fighting. And when you went in fighting, you added what? More sin. So now, yeah, you only make things worse for yourself. So you don't fight the fire. And he said in like a fuller's soap. Because what does the soap mean? What does soap do to you?
Clean you.
It clean you. And I love how to use the word fullers. Fullers. What fullers mean?
Fillers or fullers?
Fullers.
Fill you up.
It means the very version of making you completely full, right? Full is the root word. To make you completely what? And utterly clean. Right? Full. Satisfied. Meaning it's such a cleansing that you took that Yah said, now you are what? Clean. Now you are acceptable. He said what he said, at an acceptable time. See, he said, now I hear you at an acceptable. Go to Isaiah 49, and you're going to see what I'm saying. Go down to verse 8. Thus says Yah, in the acceptable time have I heard thee. So when are you getting your prayers answered? At what time? Acceptable. So that goes back to that fuller soap. See, he ain't hearing nothing long as you still dirty and long as you still got that fat and all the other teachings of the heathens you try to bring. Because yes, like what Yah says, there is no agreement. Go back to 2 Corinthians 6. 14. Be ye not unequally yoked together with unbelievers, for what fellowship have righteousness with what? Unrighteousness. What communion has light with what? darkness? What concord hath Christ with Baal? What part have he that believe with an infidel? What agreement has the temple of Yah with idols? And for you are the temple of the living Yah, as Yah has said, I will dwell in them. See, dwell in them. Only when can he dwell in you? When you're what? Clean. Then I can come in you. And then once I come in you, then I can dwell in them and walk in them. And I will be their Yah, Savior. Meaning, how else was you going to be saved? Because you can't say something else. He can't. If you still got them other means of being saved, then you ain't going to be saved. That's what he's telling you. Because you refuse to say the only thing that I have given to you to speak and to say. And they shall be my people. Wherefore come out from amongst them, and be ye separate, says Yah, and touch not the unclean thing. See, and then I will what? Receive you. And I will be a father unto you, and you shall be my sons and daughters, says Yah Almighty. As you can see, sons and daughters. But if you still got Edomite teachings, if you still got other nations' teachings, or what she said or what he said, and you run around with that as your weapons, they said do this when that happens, or do that when that happens. Because people always got good at, not good at, but people always got advice, right? What they think you should do when this happens, or what they think you should do when that happens, right? And you listen to the junk. And you fill up your data banks with that nonsense. That's why y'all say your memory too full. You got a bunch of stuff in you that you trying to hold on to so badly. I heard what he said, I can't put new wine into old bottles. How I'm going to give you back what you supposed to respond with when you too full trying to hold on what you ain't supposed to respond with? Because such and such said I'm supposed to say this. So I'm going to hold that thought. And that's what I say to myself once I hear it. Oh, I'm going to use that one day. I'm going to use that one day. See, you already filled your mind up with some nonsense that you reserving for such a day. And you waiting on that day to come so you can use that saying that old boy, old girl taught you. They said when that happened, I remember how they be saying, they say stuff like, girl, if he say this, you do that. Or if she say this, you do that. You know what I'm talking about? And that's a dude talking to one of his buddies or something. Hey, when she say this, you do that. And she listened to her girlfriend. And if he say this, girl, you do that. You see, they giving you what? False responses. That ain't gonna work. And so you keep them though, because you download them and say, oh, I'm gonna use that. Well, I'm gonna use that one day. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. And you put it in your pocket, or you tuck it in your purse of thoughts spiritually. And you put that in your heart, and you reserve that in your heart. Say, yeah, I'm gonna use that one day. He ain't gonna see it coming. Or yeah, she ain't ready for this one. And so you gonna walk to him, and then that day come and that moment hit, and you like, oh, I remember what such and such said do this day when this day came about, and now I'm finna to do it. Ooh, he ain't gonna see this one coming. Oh yeah, she ain't ready for this one. And then they begin to open your mouth and present that. But that's the unclean thing. Because remember, you standing before mountains. You standing before demons, devils, some angels. And then you're going to have godly people. And you best to know what you best say in those moments. That's why he says, go back to now, Isaiah 49. And go back to 8. This is what he means. And he says, in an acceptable time have I heard you. See? Because now you're going to have to get through this situation. This mountain right here ain't budging. Remember he says about the demon, when the demon possessed the boy, and the disciples couldn't get him out, and they asked Yahusha, and he said, because you unfaithful generation, that's what he called him. Why they was unfaithful? Because they couldn't cast the demon out the boy. So the question is, why they couldn't cast him out?
They didn't have y'all.
Exactly. So that obviously meant they was trying what? Everything. And nothing what? Nothing worked. That everything they was trying was everything they learned in them streets. Everything they learned in them streets, that's what they brought to, that's what they was trying to use. And it didn't work for that demon. That demon was laughing. I ain't going nowhere. Because they was bringing the wrong weapons. Bringing the wrong answers to the table. And he just laughing. And then when they finally got to Yahusha, he cast the thing right on out. And they said, well, how did you do that? He said, through what? Prayer and what? Exactly. See, that's the fast. That's the refiner's fire. The fast part. Meaning I fasted not to use, not to lean upon what? My own understanding. And when that moment came, I used only what I was taught. Not by no devils, though. I only used what I was taught by who? Yah. So what should have been the proper response when that demon stood before him? His word, exactly. So it should have been something like this. For it is written. Simple. Simple. Because it was a word for that demon. It was a word given. But you didn't use it. You used it everything else you thought you could use. And none of that stuff what? Works. Now you come to find out that for every demon, for every devil, for every mountain that stands before you, there's actually a commanding word for it. For every situation. For every person. It's a real thing when you tell a person to go to hell. It's a real thing. Because you can command that spirit or that devil or whatever that is to get up out that person. That's what he's telling you, that you have the power to do so. But the thing is, you don't know what the power is yet. Right? So that's why he said, in an acceptable time have I what? Heard you. So that meant when you ready for that devil to come out, right? Y'all would have spoke. When you prayed to Yah, say, Yah, I need this one. This devil standing before me. This mountain is in my way. He said through prayer and what? See? Because you were supposed to do two things. That's what he was telling them. Two things. It was only two things they needed to do. They needed to pray. When they seen that mountain or that demon standing before them, they was like, Yah, what are you praying for first of all? For what? The answer. You're praying for the answer. Yah, what is the answer to this mystery? What is the answer to this riddle? What is the answer? Yeah, the troll under the bridge? Yes. Why you think when you get to reach some streets you have to pay a toll? See, some people you gotta pay before you can keep going. But the payment is not money that's paid. How do you get through that checkpoint? You gotta speak what? Yah's word to it. That's the money. That's the coins to pay the toll. But you won't speak it because you don't know it. You're going all around it. You're in your purse looking for that stuff. You're in your wallet. Okay, let me see if I got some change. That ain't what you're supposed to be looking for. Right? You got to speak to the problem. But in order to speak to the problem, you got to know what is the response. That was why you had to pray what? First. And say, okay, Yah, I got this devil. He won't get out of my way. He plaguing me. He's making it hard for me. He's making it rough. Yah, okay, what do I need to do and say? And at that point, he says, and if you've been clean, meaning if you ain't trying to use that other junk, then Yah would have said what? At that acceptable time, I would have what? heard you. I would have heard your what? Prayer. At an acceptable time have I heard thee, and in a day of salvation, because you still want to be saved from that situation, right? That current dilemma. And in that day of salvation, guess what? Have I helped thee? See, I would have told you what to say and what to do. I mean, I hear so many people sometimes be telling me they got problems. I got problems. I got problems. Can you help me with my problems? Can you help me with my problems? And then you tell them to pray, and they be like, pray, pray, pray. That's all you got for me? Baby, it ain't magic. See, but that's the thing. How many of us, Israel, you can tell that too, they need to pray for the answer and they won't do it? How many? They'll run from it, boy. They'll go all around the world searching for whatever else can now. That can't, meaning not. See, and they don't understand how simple it is. How simple it is. They think it's a complicated thing. It's something, I probably got to just throw some money at it. Because that's what the devil teach you, right? Whenever you got a problem, do what to it? Just throw some money at it. It'll get you. But is that the fix? Not at all. It's not a fix. It's something you need to say. It is something you need to say. And it's something you need to do. And the only way you can get that response is because mother who?
Voice.
And memory, right? Bless your game. And tell you, remember? How do you know it's a remember moment? Because 10 times out of 10, the response is going to be in this fashion. Oh, for it is what? Written. So if it's written, then that means what? It already been there. It already been there. But you just didn't what? Remember. You just didn't remember. It was already there. So that's the goal, is to get her to help you what?
Remember.
At all times. But she ain't gonna, wisdom told you, wisdom ain't coming to you. Wisdom is the answer. That's her real name, the answer. Wisdom is just represents the answer. Answer is in the form of a two-edged what? Sword. Because it's the answer that gets you through. And then at the same time, it cuts that mountain what? Down. Exactly. It gets you through and cut them what? Down. And all you needed to speak was how many words? One word. Of it is written. So Yahushua said, I showed y'all how to do it. When I spoke to the devil, when he came at me, everything I spoke out my mouth when I spoke to the devil, what did he say? I told him what? For it is what? It is written. That was how he responded to everything the devil said. And did he get the victory? He did. He did. That's what he says. So in the day of salvation, I have helped thee. Helped with an ED. That's why you let you know that it's already been given. ED means what? Past tense, present tense, or future tense? It's a past tense thing, meaning it's something that's already been given to you, but you just forgot. But that's why Yah always refreshes you by saying, it is what? It is written. So I have already helped you. And I will preserve you and give you now for a covenant of the peoples. Meaning now I need you to go tell everybody else what? This. To establish the earth, to cause to inherit, see? The desolate heritage. What is the desolate heritage? The desolate what? What? Habitation. See, your old what? Responses are starting to kick what? Back in. And what is your own response going to help you do? 9. That you may say to the prisoners what? Go forth. See, now you're able to free some stuff up. You see how he's saying you that now? That you're able to free some things up now that you couldn't free up at first. What is he saying? You starting to say to people? That thou mayest say to the prisoners now, what? Go forth. To them that are in darkness, what? Show yourself. They shall feed in the way, your ways, and the pasture shall be in all high places. See, and now, 10, they shall not hunger nor thirst anymore. What are they hungry and thirst for? What are people hungry and thirst for? I mean, what do people pray for? Answers. That is the thing they'll never have to hunger and thirst for ever again. It's for what?
Yes.
For the answers. For he that have mercy on them shall lead them, even by the springs of water shall he guide them. You see that? Now watch this here. Malachi 3, go back. So you see that he's a verse 2. But who may abide in the day of his coming, and who shall stand when he appear? For he is like a refiner's fire and like a fuller's soap. The messenger. He shall sit as a refiner and purifier of what? Silver. You see? And he shall purify the sons of Levi. Why the sons of Levi? Sons of Levi represents the priesthood. So he's telling you that the messenger is going to do what to the priesthood? Purify them. Purify them means makes them what? Clean again. See, the messenger is going to make them what? Clean again. Now, the priesthood, according to the order of who? Melchizedek, will hear the words of this messenger, and then they will see. They will be purified. It will make them clean, and they will make them able to do what they need to do. They will be actually make them able to be immobilized. How does that make them able to be immobilized? For the very reason why they always say don't listen to them. Who you think they talking to? To the ones that can be what? Freed. Telling them don't listen to the messenger. If you listen to him, he's going to do what to you? He's going to free you. And purge them as gold and silver, that they may offer unto the Lord an offering in what? Righteousness. See, he prepares them to take upon themselves to be able to walk in what now? Righteousness. That they had to hear the words of the who? The messenger. Right? Then shall the offering of Judah and Jerusalem be pleasant unto the Lord, as in the days of what? Oh, so that even right there, as in the former years. So they even tell you right there, that y'all ain't talking about no new thing. He just, that messenger is to do what to them? To the priesthood. To gather them and equip them and give them the gospel so that they can be able to understand how they needed to respond. How they needed to respond. And he says, and once they do know how to respond, 5 says, and I will come near to you to judgment, and I will be a swift witness against sorcerers, against adulterers, against false swearers, against those that oppress the hireling in his wages, the widows and the fatherless, that turn aside the stranger from his right, and fear not me, says Yah. For I am the Lord, and I change not. Therefore the sons of Jacob are not what? Consumed. Isaiah 54. It says, sing, O barren, thou that didst not bear. Break forth into singing and cry aloud that thou didst not travail with child. That means you didn't have no what? Sin. You're not using no other weapon. That's the child. Childish to carry any other weapon at this point, right? It's childish. When your weapon is what? The word of what? The word of Yah. That's your weapon. You don't use any other thing. People begin to get crazy, stubborn around you. Speak what to them? The word of Yah. And see, for more of the children of the desolate, see, that don't know themselves than the children of the married wife that do know what to respond, says Yah. Right? All right. Go to Isaiah 66, 7 through 9. This is how you know. It says, before she travailed, right? She brought forth. Before her pain came, she was delivered of a man-child. Who has heard such a thing? Who has seen such a thing? Now that her represents Israel, Jerusalem, Zion. Shall the earth be made to bring forth in one day? Or shall a nation be born at once? For as soon as Zion travailed, that you know that is Zion, as soon as Zion travailed, she brought forth her what? Her child, her children. Shall I bring to the birth and not cause to bring forth, says Yah. Shall I cause to bring forth and shut the womb, says Yah. Now, what is he saying right here? Before she travailed, before Zion travailed, she brought forth. Travail means before she began to be persecuted, before she began to go into tribulation, before she began to go into labor pains, her asking Yah what we're going to do. Before she even had to figure out what she was going to do, Yah had already given her the what? The answer. Exactly. Before she had to figure out what to do, the answer was already what? Given. That is the reason why we always says now, for it is what? Written. For it is written. The answer is already given. Before she even began to try to, how I'm going to fight this, or how I'm going to get past this person, the answer is already what? It's already given. What is the response? For it is written, and you got to fill in the blanks according to whatever the prophets spoke. Moses and the prophets. What did they say? For it is written, right? That's what it means. Before you ever had to figure out what you needed to do, when you went into captivity, I had already given you what? The answers. So who was the answer? Before you went into captivity, who did Yah give to you? Yahushua. He gave you the answer. That refers to the gift. That's why that's the gift. The gift of not having to try to figure things out. The gift of not knowing what to say. But the gift is to already know what. Because remember, what are the facts we learned about a gift? A gift, what? You don't have to what? You ain't got to pay it back. See? Because did Yah give you the answer? When Yah gave you the Bible, it was before you was born, right? So that's why he's telling you, the gift was already what? How much you paid for it? Nothing. It was already written, already given. So before you even have to figure out what you're supposed to say, it's already told to you what you need to what. The Bible is filled with things that's already told to you what to say and what to do. The Bible actually has the answers to every question you will ever have in your entire life. It already has the answers there. Every answer is already there. That's why he says, I believe, now I speak. Meaning now that Yah has given me the answers, now I know what to say. Now I know what to say. The answers are already what? Given. The sword is the answer. It's the answer. What is the answer? The gift is the what? The answer. So not, what is the gift? You hear me? What is the gift? Exactly. That's what made it a gift. Because well before you didn't have to pay for it. You didn't have to try to figure it out yourself what to say. Did you? You don't. Because the word is already there. Word by word, sentence by sentence, what you need to say. When it said, one of them said, never get the message, you say, get behind before it is written what? Get behind me, say. Right? See, that, where did you hear that from? It's already in the book. You didn't have to figure out how to say it, what to say, what words you need to come up with. It's already there. It's already there. What to say and how to say it. That's why he said, now I see, now I speak. Now I know what to say. Somebody asked me something, I know how to say it. Somebody come out, get behind me, say. Somebody, no weapon formed against me shall, for it is written. Them things are already what? Written. Did you got to come up with that? You don't. That's what make it a gift. He already gave you the answer to all your problems in life. Those are the answers. That's why I say fasting and prayer. I will give you the answers. And I have already given you what? The answers. That's why that's why we jump for joy with Yah. Because we like, Yah, you already delivered us. Why you think Yah can already say the victory is already given? I already gave you what? The victory. You just didn't what? You didn't know it. Because you had lost your what? But now the goal is to gain you back your memory. You see that? Now, because of that, no devil, all devils are not going to be scared of you once they know you know it. And not only that you know it, but you have to be mature in it. Meaning that's all you have, that's all you know, that's all you have as a weapon, right? And you don't try to use what? Nothing else. Revelations 12, 1 through 12. And there appeared a great wonder in heaven, and a woman clothed with the sun, and the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. And she being with child cried, travailing in birth, see, and pain to be delivered. See, she was crying because she wanted what? That dragon coming after her. She's trying to figure out what I'm going to do about this dragon. Right? She's trying to figure out what she's going to do about the dragon. And so she being with child, she cried, travailing in birth, and pain to be delivered. See, because that's what we end up doing. We always crying. We always whining. Because we be seeking answers to things. So she had a child. And that dragon coming after her. And 3, and there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and 7 crowns upon his head. And his tail drew the third part of the stars of heaven, and did cast them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman, which was ready to be delivered, for to devour her child as soon as it was born. Why the devil? Now, why you think the devil want that child? But what is the child? The child is the answer to her prayers. See, she knew that the devil was coming, which is the red dragon. So the secret to us is before the gift is that before we needed to have to pay for it, before we needed to have to look for it, it was already what? Given. That's what makes it a gift. So before we needed to try to figure out all this stuff that's breaking loose around us and how we're going to figure out what to do, the answers was already what? Given. That's what makes it the gift. Because you didn't pay for it. And you didn't have to work for it. And you didn't have to try to figure it all out. It's literally right here. That's the gift. When you come to find out when the devil messes with you, when you all you gotta say, for it is written, I rebuke you, Satan, get thee behind me, Satan, for it is written. Right? Now, did you make up those words? No. The words are already what? Written. The sentence is already written. You didn't have to come up with no new weapon. That's what he's saying. You didn't have to come up with it. It's already there. That's what makes it what? A gift. He says, I am past, present, and future. I have already considered everything you was going to need for battle. That's what how Yah speaks to us. Israel, oh Zion, I already know what I know what you about to face. And I know what you're finna get yourself into. And yes, I have the answers. And yes, I have given you the what? The answers. That's my gift to you. And you can thank me later. But I have given you the gift. It's called the word of Yah. So whenever you in battle or in contestants, you just needed to know to speak what? His word. And don't speak what? Nothing. Don't bring no other weapon. That's why he says, in acceptable time, I will hear you if you speak what? My words. And don't come out, open your mouth and say some junk you know I didn't say. Because that means we are not what? One. I'm not with that. You on your own with that one. And that's exactly what he means. You are on your what? You on your own with that. That's your own understanding. You are on your own on how you going to stand with that. Understand. I don't know how you going to prevail with that lie. You just open out your mouth and say how you was going to prevail with that lie. Well, I don't care. You going to just do what I say. I don't know how you thought you was going to prevail with that lie. And get a great victory. Especially when you're not dealing with nothing that's under you. Think about it. You're not advancing to keep fighting babies. Yah's trying to advance you so you learn how to fight things that are bigger than you. So you got to understand when you have finally reached that point, that's why they call it new levels. When you finally reach the point, well, I know I ain't going to bring me no junk no more, no little baby to fight. I know that. So now everything that's going to come my way is going to be much more bigger than me, much more taller than me, much more stronger, but I got to know how to what? Respond. Just like Goliath and David. It ain't about, because those things don't matter in this battle, and I promise you it don't. Not in this battle. It's not going to matter. Big, tall, little, small, fat, wide, large, whatever you want to bring, heavy, it ain't going, those things don't what? It don't matter. You got to look a person dead in their eye and say, for it is written. And stop speaking to that and speak where? Yeah. And speak to who? Theirs too. When I know I look you dead in your eye and say, I know ain't no weapon, meaning you, will not prosper today and no day. And you and I both know you finna be gone. And you got a short time. If you thought coming after me was gonna be what it is. And the manliness and the virtue of it is that you mean it. See, that's what mean. It's the translation. See, some people speak what they don't mean, and some people speak what they overly really don't know what they mean. But the difference between Yah is that you got to speak what you mean, and mean what you what? Exactly. When I say I mean it, that means of what means. Let me say it right. I just said it right, but I need you to understand what I'm saying. Everything has an end, but you have to speak to the means of that end. Means. When you speak to the means, that's from the heart. And that's Yahusha in you. That's the means. Meaning, whenever I do speak, I can't say what I want to say. I got to only speak from that means that's provided within me to speak from. Meaning, I have to have a base. Means is the base. If I'm finna jump at you, I need to have something strong enough to give me that what? Springboard. You know what I'm talking about? Like, you ever been at a pool? They got the little springboards? That board. You can't go nowhere unless you got a board first to even try to jump off of, right? You can't spring off of nothing. That's called a free fall at that point, right? So if I'm speaking to you from no board, period, I'm just speaking out of nowhere and speaking to nothing about nothing. To nothing. Which means what? Nothing. Exactly. And when you're speaking like that, that's called the bottomless pit. When you're speaking from the bottomless pit, where are you speaking from? Where? And that's why demons don't respect it. Because they're like, where you get that from? Exactly. There you go. Where did you get that from? That's the means. So you got to have a foundation to speak from. Because people then, that's when they ask you, where did you get that from? And what does that mean? Exactly. Because if it ain't written, there's no foundation that you speaking from. That way said, I'm a rock. And those that built their house on a rock, the floods, the storms, the whatever, the tsunamis can come and go. And I shall not be what? Moved. Because I'm speaking from a place. And that rock is Yahusha. And as long as I stake on Yahusha and I speak from that place, every word I say will be confirmed. Without a shadow of a doubt. But if I'm speaking from nowhere, then it don't mean nothing. And nobody has to honor what doesn't mean anything. If I say I just want it. And I'm listening to you like, what does that mean? Because where did you get it from? See, we understand now our roots. So you have to speak from where? Your roots. Not speak from no other place. You can't speak from the newest stuff you just heard somebody say, oh, they said, I can say that to you. Okay, we'll try. But see my response to it. And then you realize you don't have nothing because it didn't give no power to move me by. That's why you hear somebody say who do understand words, they would say they'll sit back.
Here's Apex Fusion.
They'll sit back in their seat.
Apex Fusion. You need to link your account. Welcome to Apex Fusion. You can ask me for a status report, to start or stop a feed cycle, or to log a test result. Would you like to hear more?
Alexa, exit. So, they'll sit back in their seat and they'll say, I'm not moved by what you just said. It doesn't what? Move me. Meaning it didn't make me, none of that. You ain't said nothing that'll move me. I'm not convinced. Yeah, I'm not moved. It's not touching. But if you would have spoke from that rock foundation of Yahushua, for it is written, that would have touched them. Because that has the power to touch all people. How do you know? Because Yahushua said, I created all people. For me, by me, to me. So everything on earth has to answer to who? To Yahushua. They know his voice. That's what they saying. They know his voice. That's why it says they know the response. Because it's given in each one of us, me, you, and all of us, we are given what they call a word heard in season. A word we needed to hear. That'll move us. So when Yahushua walked to his disciples and said, follow me, why you think they got up and followed him? Because you know what they said beforehand? I was waiting to hear your words. I was waiting for a person like you to come to a person like me and speak those words. And I was sitting here because I couldn't move until you came. But now I've seen it and I have heard it. Here I come. Yahushua walked around all around Jerusalem and roundabouts. And every time he found an elect sitting idly chilling, eyes closed some, hand messed up some, foot gone some, laying on sick beds, others. And what did he always say to them? Get up, come on, follow me. And each one of them, no matter what dormant state they was lying in, it made them alive, didn't it? And they got up, shook off whatever sickness or plague that was stopping or preventing them, or devil, that was preventing them from having true movement. And he made them alive, that they was able to now come out of their dead state so they can start moving and being proactive towards what? Righteousness. Now, everyone he freed, and those that even I free, are reserved for the armies of what? Yah. Those will be in the armies of who? Yah. These are what they call elect. First dominions. First. Because the army is raised when? You can't raise the people until you raise the army first. And then the people will what? Follow. The army is first. I'm telling you now. Those that wake up now, that's the army. The army has to wake up first. That's why he said the sons of Levi and Judah. Judah and Levi is the priesthood and armies of Yah. They wake up first. Because these are the ones that are going into battle. They're going. That's why Yah speaks of these first, calling these firstborns. Ones ready and prepared first. Because first the wall has to be built. That standing wall are the armies and troops. Then everyone that can be behind the wall, meaning well defended. Because they know we ain't got to worry because the army is standing there. We good. Everyone on the inside, we good. The army is there. So they have to come first. Ain't no woman finna come up out of there and she ain't got nobody to defend her. She gonna put her head right back in the hole. No, I ain't coming out. Ain't no men's out here. Exactly. She not popping. There ain't no man out there. That's the hope. If they don't see no man standing ground, who gonna pop their head out? Go back in the hole. No, I ain't finna come out because I ain't finna get me towed up. But they know when they see all those men standing there, that okay, now we come on, y'all, babies, kids, we good. We good. They got it. And that's that confidence. So the army always comes first. You have to establish the government what? First, before you can get the citizens of that government. That was come first. Everyone coming in these days in the beginning are those that will be fighting. These are those that will go into battle. That's what they call these firstborns. They're going into battle. That's who get raised first. That's why he says you have to go speak to them and tell them, follow me. Follow you where? Into battle. Now, the follow me is coming from who? So that you be very clear. The follow me ain't me. The follow me is coming from who? Who? Who is the head of the army?
Yeah. Yahusha.
Yahusha. So that's why he said Yahusha has to speak through that messenger in order to get the people to what? Mobilize. So it needs one speaking Yahusha's words, not their own. That's why Martin Luther King couldn't do it. That's why Marcus Garvey, all those Malcolm X, they came and went because they got up speaking their own stuff. People ain't hearing that. They don't want to hear what you want. They don't want to hear selfishness in your conversation. Nobody budging on that. Though I want, but I ain't finna put nothing out there. But I want this, and I want that, I want this, and I demand this out of you. I demand that out of you. I demand this. But for me, I ain't got to do none of those things. And you think that these people really gonna be subject unto that? What horse gonna let you ride it if they know you're gonna lead it into to harm's way? None. They'll throw you down. And look, and then do that little breath they always do when a horse know you ain't about nothing. When they throw you down, what do the horse do? It snuff at you. How I do that? Exactly. That's them telling you, you ain't nothing. You ain't nothing. And they'll snuff at you, probably turn around and probably drop a turd on you or something and walk off. That's what they do. That's what a dog will do when they saying you ain't nothing. A dog will pee on you. That's their version of okay, yeah. On to the next. That's a form of disrespect. Exactly. So a horse disrespect to you is just to be like, you hear they snuff out their nose, meaning they spewing you out like you ain't finna ride me, nigga. I don't know what you think this is. You thought you were wrong. And I'll show you more power than you thought you had over me. That's why you on the floor picking yourself up. And I'm about to gallop off. That's called the cast down. Right? Because you thought you were finna rule over me. That's what you thought. But then, yeah, quickly let you know that ain't what this is. Yeah. So he says it. 4. And so to tell Judah the third part of the stars, and then cast them to the earth, and the dragon stood before the woman which was ready to be delivered, for to devour her child as soon as it was born. The child represented the answer to her prayers. And she brought forth a man child. See, that was the point. The man child, which represented the man. Because you got sheeps, and then you got rams. What's the difference? It's the male sheep. So when she gave forth to a ram, now a ram, what makes the ram different is the ram is head butting what? All them people out the way. It's butting them all off because they ain't the what? They ain't the man and they ain't the head. By no means of the stretch. So it's already at battle with them. That way the elect can be saved. So he was the man child. And it says he was given for he was to rule all nations with a rod of iron. And her child was caught up unto Yah and to his throne. And you know who that child was? Yahushua. So he was telling he was already supposed to be what was going to rule all the nations. What's going to rule all the nations? Because he was already given as what? The gift. What is the gift that Yah gave us? Israel. And Yahushua represents what?
The answer.
The answer. Exactly. That's what makes it the gift, because you didn't have to do nothing to earn it. You didn't have to do nothing to apply it. You didn't even have to figure out the words, because the words are already written. What it says, for it is what? So you ain't got to figure that out neither. I'm going to say that. There you go right there. Say it just like that. If you want to get that devil out of your life. See? And Yah called them to the throne, because meaning Yah had approved them. This is what I want, because he had already did it. He proved to all of us what to say and do in any circumstances. Like I said, do you know the Bible actually has all the answers to anything you will ever face in life? It's already there. That's why he said, and thank me later. Thank me later. When you come to understand it, thank me later. That it ain't tell me, and you gonna come to find out. That's what he said, now I believe, and I understand it now, and I see that you have answered all my prayers. Meaning all the answers are already given. Therefore, now I speak, messenger. I would just speak what? The answer. And the woman fled in the wilderness, and she had where she had a place prepared of Yah, that she should feed there 1,203 days. 7. And there was war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought and his angels, and prevailed not. Neither was their place found any more in heaven. Why do you think his place, his habitation, his habits were found no more where? See, because you couldn't use them anymore to gain yourself not one extra day on earth. So everyone had to abandon those what? Teachings, which casted the devil what? Out of heaven. It's not for your good. It's not for your welfare. That's what people begin to understand. If I speak like that or say that, that ain't going to prosper me nothing. If I use that gun, I live by the gun, I'm a what? Die by. See, I can't use it. But he's telling you, I already gave you what you better use, and that's it. That's why he said, no weapon formed against me. See, because there's only one weapon. Everything else, other weapons, they try to be used against it, but it doesn't what? Prevail or profit. Exactly. I always said it was casted out. 9. And the great dragon was cast out too. That old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceived the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. And I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, now is come salvation. See, now I have given my children what? Salvation. Salvation represents what? The what? The answer. And strength, because now you know what to say. And the kingdom of our Yah, and the power, the most importantly, guess what you just received? The power of Yahushua. Now you have the power. For the accuser of our brethren is cast down now, which accuseth them before Yah day and what? Day and night. Because why you think now you about to understand why they keep putting you in debt? And keep accusing you of other stuff because you won't say what? Every time you pick up another weapon, that's another debt. Every time you won't say right, that's another debt. That's what they're accusing you of. They only over you because you won't speak right. And that's what you're going to come to realize. The only reason why they're ruling over, that's what he's telling you. Once you start speaking the right thing, you start casting down devils. But you can't speak your own thing. Speaking your own thing multiplies what? Devils. I'm telling you now. Speak your own word. Instead of one devil, you're going to 7. I'm going to what? Come out. Speak your own word. It multiplies what? Devils. Hear me? Multiplies debt. Every time you do something that is not authorized by Yah, you increase your what? You increase your debt. But every time you speak properly, you remove debt, which is Satan, from off your life. And you're able to become free. And I heard a loud voice now, and it saying in heaven, now has come salvation, strength, and the kingdom of Yah, and the power of his Christ, which is now the answer. That's the power. In 11, and they overcame him, the devil, by the blood of the Lamb. See, the blood of the Lamb was his what? What's the blood represent? His teaching, his response, his sacrifice to you. And by the word of their what? Now, who's the testimony coming from? The prophets and Yahushua, because that's what he said. He understood it. He said, oh, now I understand. When he was dealing with devils and demons on earth, he understood what to respond. That's his testimony. Your testimony gonna be the same thing. When the devil jump in your face, he's not telling you to say to testify about some stuff that that you did. The goal is to testify what Yah has what? Done for you. Like giving you the answer. That's why you got to give him praise, preach, and prophesy everything that Yah has showed you. It's not for you to open your mouth and speak your own testimony. That's your own witness. You start talking about, well, I remember the time I beat 7 people by myself. Yes, yeah. That ain't no testimony. But the testimony is to speak what Yah has what? Given you and done for you that your hands had nothing to do with. That is the proper response. And they love not their lives unto death. See, and that was how they overcame who? The devil. Therefore rejoice, ye heavens, you that dwell in them. See, woe unto the inhabitants of the earth and for the sea, for the devil is come down unto you, having now great wrath, because he know that he has but a short time. See, he's telling you. Now go down to 17. He know now. Once he knows you know this, he know he only got a little bit more time to try to talk you out of it and get you to still keep responding the way you've been responding, and because that's the only way he can prolong his time. See? And 17. And the dragon was wroth with the woman and went to make war with the remnant of her seeds, which keep the what? Commandments of Yah and the testimony of Yahushua. The testimony represents the prophecy of who? Yahushua. Watch this here. I ain't even done with that one. But so go to Revelation 19, 5 and 21. Since you're right there. Start at 9. Revelation 19, 9. So these, remember I told you because they come first. They let me know that they was coming first. He said, and he said unto me, right, blessed are they which are called unto the marriage supper of the Lamb. See, these are those that is called to do, these are the firstborns that's coming to fight. And he said unto me, these are true sins. And I fell at his feet to worship him. And he said unto me, see that thou do it not. I am a fellow servant and the brethren that have the testimony of Yahushua. Worship Yah. And he's going to let you know, because y'all want to know what the testament, remember I just read to you in 17, 12 and 17, what was the testament of Yahushua? He's going to tell you. For the testament of Yahushua is the spirit of what? For it is what? Telling you right there, what is your response? The spirit of Yahushua is what? Prophecy. Meaning to always say, for it is what? You can't say no other response. It's the spirit of prophesying, saying what Yah has already spoken to you. No, you don't need to bring nothing new. You don't need to say, well, they said I need to say this when, no, you just say what the Bible has already told you to say. That's why he said it's a gift, meaning I made it easy. I summed it up. I made it just too easy for you to get through this now. Just speak what I told you to say. But the devil said he went to make war with those who will speak what? What he was told to what? Say. Now you see why the devil wants them. Because if they speak prophecy, if they start speaking prophecy, I'm going to tell you who prophecy ain't for. Prophecy ain't for the devil. Prophecy is for the elect. So in order to motivate the elect, you have to say, for it is written. They only hear that. Watch this here. Oh, before we go there. And I saw the heavens open, and behold, a white horse, and he that sat upon him was called Faithful and True. And in righteousness do he judge and make what? War. His eyes were a flame of fire, because he's a refining fire. So meaning if he look at you, he gonna see the evil, and he gonna see anything bad on you. He's gonna refine you. And on his head were many what? Crowns, because he has gained many victories and tore down a lot of old kings and heads. And he had a name written that no man knew but he himself. And he was clothed with a vesture dipped in blood, and his name is called what? What is his name? The word of who? The word of, see, that's the prophecy. The words of Yah. That's all you ever needed to what? Speak. And he's telling you this one comes to wage war. That's Yahushua. All he is the words of who? Yah. And the armies which were in heaven followed him upon, see, they all knew. We got it. Upon white horses, clothed in fine linen, white and clean, which is the righteousness. And out of his mouth go what? The word of Yah. See? He not, that with it he shall smite the nations, and he shall rule them with a rod of iron, and he treadeth the winepress of the fierceness and wrath of the Almighty Yah. You see that? Now, I know you probably say, okay, now go to 2nd Esdras 12, 1 through 15. We're going to walk it down now.
Second what?
2nd Esdras. This is going to be in your lost books.
You said 9.
12. Start at 12. No, let me see. Did I say 12? Make sure. 2nd Esdras, 12, 1 through 15. No, that's not it. Oh, 2nd Esdras 13. 2nd Esdras 13. We there?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
2nd Esdras. And I said 1 through what? Right. He says, and it came to pass that after 7 days I dreamed a dream by night, and lo, there arose a wind from the sea, that it moved all the waves thereof. And I beheld, and lo, that man waxed strong with thousands of heavens. And when he turned his countenance to look, meaning the refining fire of his eyes, all things trembled that was seen under him. Remember he said, when he come, who shall be able to stand? Because he's looking. His eyes are like a flame of fire. Meaning when he see you, he can see if you got Caesar in you or what. Not. And he going to give you the correct way to what? Repair yourself. But if you don't listen, it's going to burn you up in it, right? Because either you coming to listen, learn, grow, or you coming to what? Fight and war and you about to lose if you came for that purpose, right? Especially if you come into Yahushua with that nonsense, because this is Yahushua you're speaking of. But it's Yahushua, the key to it is Yahushua where? In you. Watch this. And whensoever and so everything that seen him trembled when they seen him. And whensoever the voice went out of his mouth, see? The voice went out of his mouth, all they burned that heard his voice, like as the earth felleth when it filled the what? Fire. So his words felt like fire. It fell upon them like fire. It was cutting them. And after this I beheld, and lo, there were gathered together a multitude of men out of a number from the four winds of the heaven to subdue that man that came out of the sea. So they said many people try to take him out, like armies, to try to fight him, because he began to what? What is he really doing? At this point, he's setting the captives what? Free. And they knew it was him when they heard the words coming out of his what? See, that's the key. They knew it was him by the words that came out of his what? Mouth. They knew. That's Yahushua. That's him. And they knew they was in trouble. Because he said the devil had a short time. So this is that army he tried to gather at such a short time to fight against this one, because this one is going to set the elect free, which I told you, the elect, for you understanding, that's the army. So they definitely don't want to see the army rise, because they know at that point they got a problem. They all got a problem. Because he knows too, one thing you ain't never seen Israel do is speak with one voice, but I'm going to get back to it. So they came to try to subdue that man. 6. But I beheld, and lo, he had graved himself a great mountain, see, and flew upon it. Remember I talked about that rock? He had that plank, that foundation, that springboard, right? So that you think they about to move him? Now that mountain was Mount Zion. They knew they couldn't move him. 7. But I would have seen the region or place where the hill was graven, and I could not, because he couldn't see it. Like where that place that he went, that mountain that he's on top of. But we know it's Zion. And after this I beheld, and lo, all they which were gathered together to subdue him were sore afraid, but yet they durst or mustered up the means to still try to what? Fight. And lo, I saw, as he saw the violence of the multitude that are coming upon him, as he's seen what they came for. Violence means they came real noisily at him. Noisily, violently, right? You ever seen a violent mob of people, or a violent crowd of people? I'm going to explain what that means. We see a whole violent crowd of people, you know. And all the multitudes that came, this is the key. He neither lifted up his hand, nor held no sword, nor any instrument of war. But only I saw that he sent out of his mouth, as it had been a blast of fire, and out of his lips a flaming breath, and out of his tongue he cast out sparks and tempests, whirlwinds. And they were all mixed together, the blast of fire, the flaming breath, and the great tempest. And that word fell with violence upon those multitudes of people which were prepared to fight him. And he burnt them up, every last one of them, so that not upon a sudden of an innumerable multitudes of people, it was nothing left to be perceived, but only dust and smell of smoke. When I saw this, I was afraid of Yahushua. And after this, saw I the same man come down from the mountain and call unto himself another peaceable multitude. Who did he call? The elect. Now you see how it says what weapon he picked up. He didn't have a gun, a sword. He said he didn't even cock his hand back. He just spoke with his mouth. See, when you have Yahushua in you, you're going to learn the weapons are already given and the battle is already what? Won. It's already there. How do you know? Because Yah uses things that's called past tense. And when he says that when he did march with his army, did you know in Revelation it says when he marched with his army, one is another thing that you're going to realize that Israel never did one thing is speak with one what? Voice. Did you know when they all speak, they're going to speak with one voice? Mm-hmm. Isaiah 66, 7 and 9. I just got to read that one more time so that you understand it. And then we're going to move on to even greater things. So that you understand that's exactly what he's telling you, what Yah says. Isaiah 66, 7 through 9. It says it. Before she travailed, which is Zion, she brought forth. Before her pain came, she was delivered of a man-child. See? Before she began to start worrying, thinking about what to say, and having all these fears coming upon her, hearing this and hearing that. Oh, Lord, it's going to go down. The world going to come to an end. All this is all this coming. Armies, every Trump and Elon Musk. And before she had to figure out all that, she was delivered of a man-child. Who was, and he said, who has heard such a thing? And who has seen such a thing? Shall the earth be made to bring forth in one day? Or shall a nation be born at once? For as soon as Zion travailed, she brought forth her what? Child. See? Meaning, before she began to try to figure out the answer was already what? Exactly. It was already given. What she needed to respond. Because Yah says, before those things, he said, I'm Alpha and Omega. Before those things ever came about, I already seen it. I already knew how many enemies you was going to face, how many people was going to rise against you, how many it is, how strong they going to be, what they going to huff and puff and say. But guess what? I have already given you what? The victory. You ever heard that before? I have already given you the victory. Because the word is already what? Written. Say, for it is written. Watch this here. So the sword that comes out of the mouth that he said he spoke with is called the answer. That's all he spoke with true conviction. He wasn't iffy on it. Like, is it going to work? That's not a man yet. If you still questioning your own self, or if you're questioning Yah. But you have to learn not to question what is already what? Right. Because the devil goes to try to make you what? Remember he say, I will try to see if you got an identity. He's trying to see if do you believe it. See, do you believe it? That's what he persecute. Are you the firstborn? Let me wrestle with Jacob. Is you the firstborn? You sure? As long as you don't know you the man of the house, what? They're going to keep trying to play you, right? Until you speak like a what? Mm-hmm. Isaiah 52, 6 through 15. Six through 15. You there? Awake. Now, lift up your eyes to the heavens and look upon the earth, for the heavens shall vanish away like a smoke, and the earth shall wax old like a garment, and they that dwell therein shall die in like manner. But my salvation shall be forever. See? For my righteousness shall not be what? Abolished. So he's telling you like manner, because remember he says manner is the word we're looking at. Keyword manner or mannerism. See, there's a certain mannerism you were born with. You are the one that was given the blessings of Yah and the gift of Yah to be able to speak the word of Yah out of your mouths. It wasn't given to no other nation. It was given to you. So you already had the words that you needed to say. The goal for us was just speak what we were told. And not start, don't speak what Esau and said to us. Don't speak what any other nation or race of people try to tell us that should be our response, because they know that they are deadly to us, very detrimental. It doesn't bring about to cast out devils, but it actually invites what? More devils and demons into your life. So that's why they don't never want you to speak that. So when they seen Yahusha in that particular person, they were afraid, because they know they're afraid that he may wake up the rest of them, and they got a problem. Because he's going to do that. That's not a question of if. The question is when. So when he does it, they know why you think they getting ready for what. You better understand that. They're getting ready for war. Because they know what's going to happen. When he speaks to these people, they will wake up. So therefore, hearken unto me, ye that know righteousness. See, the people in whose heart it is my law, fear ye not the reproach of them. See, them, neither be ye afraid of them, reviling, talking down on you and trying to put you to shame, because they know you got to. That's the war. They know you got the truth, and that's why they trying to scare you from saying it. So, like I said, the devil don't have no power, so he has to threaten. His power is always in. You better not say nothing. Just be quiet. Don't speak to nobody. Just shut up. And that's what they're going to know. They're always trying to tell you to do that. When that ain't the response. They just want you to keep everything in line. That ain't your response. For it is written what you're supposed to respond. So it says, for the moth shall eat them up like a garment, and the worm shall eat them like wool. But my righteousness shall be forever, and my salvation from generation to generation. So he's telling you, he only one. That's why he said only he can save you. That would mean only his response. Awake, put on your strength. See, this is your strength. So awaken. O arm of the Lord, army of the Lord, awake as in the ancient days. Because you lost your what? Memory. In the generations of old, are you not her that cut Rahab and wounded the dragon in the beginning? Art thou not it which have dried the sea, the waters of the great deep, that have made the depths of the sea a way for the rams to pass over? Therefore the redeemed of the Lord shall return and come with singing unto Zion, and everlasting joy shall be upon their head. They shall obtain gladness and joy, and sorrow and mourning shall flee away. I, even I, am he that comforted you. Who art thou that shouldest be afraid of a man that shall die, and of the Son of Man which shall be made as grass? And forgettest the Lord thy Maker, that have stretched forth the heaven and laid the foundations of the earth already, and has feared continually every day before the fury of the oppressor. Why do you worry about them? As if they ready to destroy. And where is the fury of the oppressor? Anyway. The captive's exiles hasten that he may be loosed, that he should not die in the pit, nor that his bread should fail. But I am the Lord thy Yah, that divideth the sea, who waves roareth. The Lord of hosts is his name. $52. That ain't 52, huh? I'm sorry.
I was so.
Isaiah 52.
That's what I was just saying.
Okay, I thought. I was like, I know I'm listening.
Okay, Isaiah 52, I'm sorry, and 6. So I wonder why I ain't got to that point. I said, I already knew it in my head. Therefore, my people shall know my name. Therefore, they shall know in that day that I am he that doeth what? Speak. Behold, it is what? See, because if you speak his words, then it's him who is what? Speaking. That's the key telling you. Behold, it's really me. You just the vessel, right? We are the instruments of Yah. But Yah supposed, that was what we were blessed to become. The instruments of Yah. But we need to allow Yah to what? Use us in the way that Yah has created us for. So that's what he said. Behold, it is I that's speaking. It's not nobody else. If this one will speak my word and be obedient, then I can use this one. This one can be my messenger. Then I will speak through this one and reach my people. That's the key. Now you see what it means. How beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of him, see, that bringeth forth these good tidings to the elect, that publishes peace with the elect, that bringeth good tidings of good to the elect, that publish their salvation, that say unto Zion, Yo Yah reigneth, meaning this is what you need to speak if you want the victory. Right? So the vessels represented the instruments, right? Okay. Okay, now go to 1 Corinthians 14. Before they go to Isaiah 9 and 5. Now, let's get this point. For every battle of the warrior is with confused noise. Listen. So he's telling you, for every time it's time for battle, it comes with what?
A confusion.
Now, imagine yourself on the battlefield. Whenever you are in battle, there will be an opposition, right? You got people commanding their people over there, people commanding armies and troops over there. You got these people saying this, you got that other team making noise, bombs bursting in the air. You ever heard that stuff? And bombs bursting. What's that? What's they say that? The national anthem. And every time the bombs bursting, there was so much gunfire, people shooting bombs, missiles, grenades going off. So imagine yourself in battle when you're hearing all these different noises, right? It's too much going on, ain't it? You're like, why it's a lot going on? So he says that when you're in battle, it's going to be a lot of different noises you're hearing. And it's going to be confused noise. Because with all that stuff bursting in the air and all that going on, helicopters, planes, and all that stuff, in the middle of this battle, the first thing you probably thinking, where I need to go. Right? Where? Right? What you think you thinking in the midst of all that going on? Why is they making confused noise? Meaning it's very noisy out there. They trying to what? Exactly, it's in the word. They're trying to confuse you. So with all this is going on, they trying to say, here, come over here with us. The other one say, nah, come over here with us. The other one say, come over here with us. And you in the middle, okay, what? Right? Where do you need to what? Go. Should I join this team? Should I join that team? Should I join this team? Everyone's making confused noise, right? Some people be blowing horns and you hear, all that, you hear all that going on. Sirens, everything. And you trying to figure out where do you need to go, right? Like in the midst of a riot, it'll be the same sense. All that action going on, where do you go, right? Do I hide under this car until it's all over? Do I go, do I hide in this building until it's all over? What do I need to do? Do I get out of here and fight? What's going on? What are my directions at this point? You see what I'm saying? So the battle is going on with all this confused noise to this warrior. Warrior represents the war then, representing that he does have a place in this battle. But where is his what? His place. That's what you're trying to, where's my place in this battle? That's why Yah says, like a hen or a mother hen, I would have had gathered you, what? To your habitation. I would have brought you to the gathering, the congregation, what? Exactly. Now you look lost, like a lost what? Sheep out there in the fight. Oh, and you already so much going on. You don't know what to do. You probably froze because you're like, yeah. Right? And it's confused noise because out of all of that noise, one thing you haven't heard, which you're definitely listening for, a familiar what? A familiar voice that says, hey, I'm over here. Hey, I'm over here. We over here. And then when you look, you begin to recognize them. Because everything else was confused, meaning it was recognizable. I know I ain't supposed to be over there. You got the frog people fighting. You got the chicken people fighting over there. You got the alligator people fighting over there. And you're like, I don't see nobody out here that look like me. Until you hear that voice, that familiar voice, right? That says, hey, you. And you look, we over here. And then you look and you, oh, that's my people. And then you, okay, fine. Now you feel a lot better, don't you? Because you thought you was alone in this war for a second, just for a split second. You was like, what the world going on here? I'm done. I'm toast. Until you hear that what? Familiar voice that gathers you back amongst what? Your flock, your people. And that's going to be one of the best feelings ever, huh? When they say, hey, we over here. And you know that you are included in that we. Oh, yeah, Carl. Woo, thank you. That's what he's telling you. In the battle, it's going to be a lot of unrecognizable voices out there. Right? And you already know where I'm going with this. And he says, and the garments rolled in blood. See? Garments talking about different teachings. But this shall be with burning of a fuel of what? Fire. But listen, in the midst of all that, 6 says this, but for unto us a child is born. Unto us a son is given. See, what is given? But what does that son represent? Yahushua. And Yahushua represents what? The answer. And the government shall be upon his what? Shoulders, and his name shall be called what? Wonderful. Counselor, the mighty Yah, the everlasting Father, the Prince of what? Peace. Of the increase of his government and peace, there shall be no what? End. Upon the throne of David and upon his kingdom to order it and to establish it with judgment and with justice from henceforth, even forever. The zeal of the Lord of hosts will what? Perform. The Lord sent a word into Jacob, and it has lightened upon what? Israel. See, this is his word. This is his light. This is that man child. He's giving you what? The answers. So what does that light and man child represent? The firstborn, right? And being that he's a man child, he represents that ram too, don't he? So then we also know that he represents that shepherd too, don't he? So then we know who to what? Who to follow. Follow means respond in his same likeness. Because people should always see what in you? Yahushua, see? Because if they don't see that Yahushua, do they respect anything else? No, they suppose that's the key. They supposed to see him in you. When you speak, when you talk, when you move about. They should see that. That's how they know they're in a safe place. But if they don't see that, they know something is off. That's the confused noise. The noise represents the voices. When we talk about the different voices, you hear somebody ever say, I hear voices in my head. Of course. Right? So go to 1 Corinthians 14 now. Now understand this. For after charity, desire spiritual gifts, but rather that you may what? Prophesy. So he's telling, first to read it again, start over. So I can make sure you get the proper understanding. He says, follow after charity, right? But he's going to tell you what charity is. And desire spiritual gifts. Talking about the gift, right? But rather that you may what? Prophesy. Right? Remember we just talking about that? He said that's the spirit. We read in Revelations. That spirit of prophecy. That's why even Paul's telling you, you need this one. This is that gift. For he that speaketh, now he's going to begin to talk about, remember what we just read about being in that noisy environment full of sounds and unfamiliar sounds that we don't know and don't recognize and are not familiar with. For he that speaketh in an unknown tongue, speak not unto men. See, this one speaking with all that rashness, he not speaking to the elect, but unto Yah. He's speaking against Yah because you don't recognize what he what? Saying. For no man understandeth him. Howbeit in the spirit he speaks what? Mysteries. We know. I mean, nobody, I don't get that, what you saying. Because he wasn't speaking, what is that key word we're using? Prophecy. Only thing children of Israel recognize is what? Telling you. So if he say anything else outside of that, it is written, then they're not going to what? Respond. Or understand it. 3, but he that prophesieth, see, speaketh unto men to edification, meaning this will revive them, and this will make them gain back their what? Memories. See? And exhortations and comfort. Comfort means to equip, to get ready for battle. So it is to wake up the elect for the what? For the battle. 4, he that speaketh in an unknown tongue edifies himself, meaning you going to war for him. You ain't finna go war for Yah. See, he finna sing, man, join my team. Where you going? You finna get us out, right? Because everybody eventually gonna lead to who? It's gonna be a lot of fighting, but remember, all that is leading them into a corridor to go into this last battle against who? What did Joel say? Yahushua. So no matter how, whatever team they join, it didn't matter because if they still gonna be led astray, right? And see, captivity will be led what? Because they gonna send you into battle against who? So either way it go, you're gonna end up bumping into them. And then you got a problem on your hands. Because everybody that's with Yahushua, is with Yahushua. Now these gonna be the faithful and true. These are the first dominions. These right here, I ain't playing with it. It's going to be a sight to see. I'm going to tell you some of the sights you're going to see. The sight you're going to see of them is that they ain't going to be like this, with all this confused noise. They're going to be very what? Organized. Because how many words they going to all speak at one time? One. So they all going to, now imagine all of Israel saying at one good time with loud voices, for it is written. The world ain't never seen that, huh? All of Israel standing together, saying all at the same time, all at the same cue, saying, for it is written. Get behind us, say. And imagine all the devils looking at that big old army all speaking together on one accord. with one speech, not different people saying different things. Remember what's that movie? Not Drumline. Stomp the Yard. Remember Stomp the Yard? The movie Stomp the Yard. And remember when they all was trying to practice in the pool? Because you know they was a stump crew. They was all in that empty pool with no water in it. And they was all trying to practice their steps. But remember they was clapping and stuff. And he was listening to it. And it was sounding what? Because everybody was clapping messy, wasn't it? It was confusing because he couldn't understand what they were sounding like as one band because they was all not on unison. They was not all on one accord. They was not all on one rhythm, on one pattern, on one frequency. Everybody sounded like this. You know, all different like this. It sounded like a hot mess. Everybody slapping at different times. And it was sounding like different, it sounded too much instead of just one clap. All together. That's how the armies of Yah are like. That is what you're going to see. When they speak, all of them going to speak at the same exact time, saying the same exact word, and they all going to be right on cue and on unison. This is what you're going to be prepared to see when you see the armies of Yah. They will not all be like on Stump the Yard in that pool. They won't all be clapping at different signs. One clapping this way, and he was like, I can't understand all that. But they all gonna clap at the same, and no, they're not gonna clap. They're all going to speak. That is what they're gonna be afraid of. It is like a marching band. But they all, out of their instruments, they're all speaking at one time. All of them are saying the same thing. All of them gonna be on cue. That is what the army of Yah looks like, and it ain't never been seen in Israel before. All of the armies all saying at one exact time, for it is written. And to see them thousands of people saying it all at one time, it will be amazing. That meant all of them was under how many spirits? One. All on cue. All of one accord. That's what he says, like striking an instrument, like striking, y'all talk about a guitar. It's like when you play one string, it sounds good, but when you add another string to it, it sounds what? Even better. But when you add that third string to it, it sounds very harmonious. Like, and they're all playing in the same key. That's what the armies of Yah look like. That's what he's telling you that's going to march. He said they won't be carrying swords. They're going to be in unison, speaking in unison. And how they going to be able to speak in unison? Because according to every devil that jump in their face, they already going to know all of them going to be under one, how many minds? One mind. So they all going to speak the same, it is written to that thing, at the same exact time. All of that going to shatter that little demon is. It's too much. It is too much. That is finally when all of us are linked with Yahushua as one. We will all speak the same way at the same exact time, saying the same thing. It won't be no scattered conversations of people saying different things at different times, singing all off key. It won't be that. That's what we look like now. That's a hot mess, ain't it? You go to anybody at church, you got all the people saying different things. That's what I mean, the confused noise. Well, everybody talking about it. This one saying, join a Muslim. Another one, be a Christian. Be a Mormon. Be a Pentecostals. And then like, what are we saying? Right? It's confused noise. Because they know it's becoming battle mode. You're coming into times of battle. It's time for the war. See, these going to be under one spirit. That's why you say the congregation. When they all march, like a marching band, they all going to step the same, speak the same. That's why they give y'all terminologies of like step squads and stuff. How you have to be on the same beat and path, even though they be stomping and walking like that, like stomp the yard and stuff. Yeah, but this one in drumline too. But the bands of Yah, they all together in one unison, speaking the same, and know exactly what to say to what demon that steps before them. They not gonna miss a cue. They ain't gonna speak different. And one ain't gonna say this, another one gonna say that. No, they're not gonna do that. It's gonna be a complete collaboration to the point it all sounds like what? One sound, one band, one sound. That's exactly how they're gonna speak. And like I told you, that Israel ain't never been shaped like that before, ever. That's why Yah had to refine us so that we would learn how to speak a word in due season. This right here, my friend, is what's going to tear the devil down. When we all are on the same page, it ain't going to be one time, but I got this to do over there. Others say, I got to do that over there. I just get married with somebody. Others say, I just made some land. So everybody want to do their own little thing. But how many kingdoms is it? Remember when Peter said, we ought to build 3 temples. One for you, one for Moses, one for Yahushua. And that's why he said, no. How many kingdoms of heaven is it? It's only one. We're not building all these different spots and places. It's only one kingdom. So we all have to be collaborated with that one kingdom and speaking that one word as one, as Yahushua. Moving as one body, meaning one army. All together, all for the same cause, all for the same purpose. Speaking from that means. And trust me, we will. Because he said 2 shall become what? 1. Exactly. So we all are going to link like that. It's going to be a link. That's why he says, the devil says, kill the messengers now. Don't let these firstborns get started. Because they're going to show Israel what they're going to have to become. And once they hear it, they can't unhear it. So that's why we got to keep these niggas quiet. And make them give in or take a deal. Because they're afraid of the army that's going to rise. But it's already inevitable. That's why we don't fight against it, because we know it is what? Exactly. So that's we, children of prophecy. We already know we can't take it back bad as you want us to take it back, bad as you want us to change something. We can't. Whom Yah is blessed is what? Blessed. And whom Yah is cursed is what? Cursed. That's what it means. We just in unison of the word. We not adding nothing to it, and we ain't taking what? Nothing away from it. And that's it. And that's for each and every last one of us. So that's what he's saying right here. He says it. 3. 1 Corinthians 14 and 3. So he said, but he that prophesies speak unto men, unto the rest of the camp, edification, exhortations, and comfort. Because this one right now, he's speaking in the spirit of Yahushua. So he's really telling you he's leading the army. See, he's speaking to the armies, and the armies are moving as this one moves. The spirit of Yah is on this one, and everyone's in unison. That's why he said every time he went to somebody, said, follow me, and that one got up and followed you. Like someone said earlier, flames don't divide themselves, do they? One flame, 2 flames, they do what? They
make each other bigger.
Just make
Feed
it
off each other.
Exactly. They still become one. Mm-hmm. He said, I speak he that speaketh in an unknown tongue edify himself, because that ain't what Yah wants. But he that prophesied edified the church. See, the church is the congregation. This is one that's speaking to the church. I would that all speak with tongues, but rather that you what? Prophesy. For greater is he that prophesied than he that speak with a tongue, except he can interpret, that the church may receive their battlements, that the people, the elect, may receive their armors and weapons for what? War. In order for them to receive it, one has to do what to them? Prophesy. He's telling you. That's why Israel ain't woken up, because too many pastors ain't prophesying. They just talking what they want to talk. They would say that's an unknown tongue, because you're just speaking what you want to speak to them. Right? You holding people in cages and in prisons and captivities and strongholds. You're not helping these people out. You're not gathering them, building them up, making them stronger, because at this point, the weak should say what? I'm strong. Exactly. I'm better than I was. See what I'm talking about? If they ain't telling you that, you ain't did nothing. It don't take years and forever. No. You just ask a person that know they've been taught, how long does it take for you to say, nah, let the weak sound strong? How long did it take? From the time you first heard their words. How long? For you to know that, dang, this is building me up. That the weak what? Say I'm strong. Like, okay, I look around now, I do see I have improved. That's how you know it was Yah. Because you have what? Improved. But if you have not improved, and always how long you got to be in the church? What? 30 years, 40 years, 50 years? Now you look back at that like, nah, it don't take that long. If you speaking to Yah, it don't take that long to see the truth. It really don't. They don't see the truth because it's a confused noise. Right? Listen. He says, now 6, now brethren, if I come to you speaking with tongues, what shall it profit me? You know what I'm saying? What shall it profit you? See, if I come speaking how people on Shabbat, they say he's telling you that's foolishness. Because if you go to the elect talking about Shabbat day, what is that doing for them? Huh? You walk to them, let me bless your soul, Shabbat day. They don't know what that just did for them. Huh? Is that what he said? What profit is that for them? Profit means how will I progress with this? That's like handing somebody a dull knife and say, go out there and make sure you win. He's going to look at that little dull knife and say, what am I supposed to do with this? That's what he telling you, giving me something that's blunt. I can't use this. Right. So he's telling you, people coming at you like that, be aware of them. But rather that you prophesy. See? What shall it profit you except I speak to you either by revelation? See? It has to be revealing things to you, right? Prophecy does what? Reveal. That would mean makes you come into your what? Memory. Revelation, or by knowledge, or by prophesying, or by what? Doctrine. And even things without life give of sound. See? We're talking about the instruments, right? He said, because everything in life, even things without life give what? Sound, have a voice. Remember in that field, all them uncertain sounds? That's what he's saying about right here. Everything without life even gives sound, whether piped or harp, talking about different instruments, except they give a distinction in the what? Sounds. How shall it be known what is spoken? How do I know unless you make a distinction? You got to speak not to, you got to speak to me. That's what he's saying. I don't need you to speak. If I'm, how they said, if I'm an apple, how are you going to come to me with this orange conversation? I can't receive that. Right? If I'm an eagle, how can you come to me being a donkey? And I'm supposed to receive your teachings. That's how you understood that people outside of your race, it's hard for them to try to what? Talk to you like as if they understand you. Because they don't. So how can they then know the words that's going to save you? They can't. So it has to be something of your distinction. That's what he's telling you. The sound has to come from a familiar what? Place. That's that rocking you. It has to come from where you came from. So when you speak to me from where I came from, I'm drawn to that. See, if I speak to you with Yahusha in me, because Yahusha is in you, you are what? Drawn to it. Same with that fire. That fire, see that other fire. Remember 2 fires, right? When that one fire see that fire, it look at itself and say, nigga, I'm fire too. And me and you can what? We can become one because we both are what? Fire. That's what he mean. Iron sharpens what? Iron. We both are the same. So therefore, even if I'm a little off, But if you sharper than me, that's dull, your talk conversation gonna do what to the dull knife? You'll make me sharp just as you. Two becomes what? One. That's what that means. But it has to be of a distinction that I can recognize. I can't hear you if you're not of me. I have an essence from where I'm from, an identity within me. You don't talk to my identity at all. You want to go around these things. That's not for me. That doesn't prepare me. It doesn't equip me. It doesn't comfort me. It don't let me know that everything gonna be what? All right. I can't dwell on that. I can't sit on that. I can't put on those shades and say, okay, I can deal with that. Ain't no peace in that conversation. But I need you to speak to me with your words. Speak to me. Don't speak around me. Don't talk over my head. Because if you're talking to me, then talk what? To me. And it ain't really supposed to be me talking to you. It's supposed to be what in me? The Spirit's talking to you. Because the Spirit I recognize. I recognize that voice. But if any of these other voices talking any of that other jazz, I can't dig it. Because it doesn't satisfy me. It doesn't equip me with nothing. I'm just as weak as I was before I heard you. In those situations, it's time to pull out. Because if I'm just as weak or even lesser listening to you after X amount of years and there's no progress, then you didn't equip me. You robbed me. You robbed me. Yeah, that's what he says. Lead me not into temptation, but what? Deliver me what? From all enemy. Lead me not. I don't need you to lead me into battle to get my butt torn down. Don't lead me into temptation to go against Yahushua. I need that voice of that's Yahushua. I want to be on his team. I don't want to be on your team to go fight against Yahushua and then get you and me blind leading the what? The blind, and we both gonna get towed down by Yah. No. If you ain't with Yah, let me know. Now get out of my way. But now, you know what? You don't have to tell me anymore. I know. That's the thing. That's the gift. Now I know if you got Yah in you or not. So it's no longer me having to figure it out. I know. He said, now I know, so I begin to speak because now I know. I can recognize your conversation, your voice, your distinction of what instrument you trying to come to me with. Now I know you ain't an instrument of Yah, so I know now you're an instrument what? Of the devil. Exactly. That's what he means. And he gonna let you know. He says it. And 8, for if a trumpet give an uncertain sound, who shall prepare himself to the battle? So he's telling you what it's for. So do you need somebody to speak to you that's preparing you for what? That's how you knew he was talking to the elect. That's how you knew he said he was going to come as an instrument that's going to speak to those that's preparing for what? Exactly. He ain't speaking to people that ain't finna go to war. He's talking directly. That's what we say, I talk to a certain audience. A certain audience. Now we say all that for God so little the world for trying to make it all broad. No. We're going to slim it down and we're going to make this for certain that I'm reaching a certain audience. Very concentrated. I'm not speaking to those that ain't finna fight, but I'm only igniting those who what? That are. And it was waiting for that opportunity. That's why a lot of them say when it finally comes to them, they say beautiful are the feet because you finally finna what? And they smile because they say, yes, this one finna give me what I need to fight. That's why he healed everybody. He tell them what? Get up. Get up off that sick bed. Get up and walk. Walk. Because he's joining what? The marching band, ain't it? Why you think he said walk? Because he's finna march. March is the what? Congregation. Get up and walk. Come on. Join the ranks. That's the most beautifulest thing. He said you had 99 sheep and lose one. to retrieve that sheep back to the what? Sheepfold, the rest of the armies, right? That's the name of the game. We're bringing you back to your senses. And they're trying their best to keep you not in your senses at all. So, as you can see, this is a spiritual gift, right? It's for edifying the church. It's for bringing about. And it's unfruitful if it doesn't, right? All right. So I don't want to go too much in that, but y'all get what I'm saying right there, right? All right. Go to 13. Just go back one. So it says that though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels and have not charity, see, I have become as a sounding brass or a tinkling what? Cymbal. You see, I'm just making just a bunch of nonsense noise. But the question is, where are you speaking from? See, but I have not charity. See, I have no place in which I'm speaking from. Why do you think he said the devil has no place? Because he ain't got no place from where he's speaking from. He said the devil's a liar. He gonna tell you about some stuff that don't exist. See, like when they talking about what they gonna do to Gaza and all that stuff don't what? That vision don't exist. So they be like, yeah, we're gonna turn it into this, we're gonna turn it into that, we're gonna do this over here, we're gonna build this and build that, and yeah, it's gonna look like this and that. And somebody saying, but that ain't what the words say. See, that's the key. That ain't what the words say. It ain't written. What you talking about? So that just whatever. That's a bunch of blah blah blah. That's just what you would like it to be, but that ain't what's finna transpire. And that's what he said. That's when you become a clanging, a clashing cymbal, just making a bunch of offbeat noise. You just talking. You noisy. That's what the violent mean. Very what? Noisy, clangy, irritating sounds. That's why y'all don't like when you get around people that speak all them different languages. Because don't it tell you what I mean? It's a confused sound, isn't it? Like, why do people just don't speak what I would? Exactly. Talk to me. So if you can't talk to me, then it's because you in battle what? Against me. Exactly. Because you refuse to speak anything that makes sense what? To me, that's what y'all said. When he said anybody speaking other tongues, that's called other what? Languages. What is you talking about? Huh? Sound like, I'm gonna tell you what it always sounded like to me. That's how I knew these people was the ocean that he was talking about. The ocean of people. That's how I know. Because if you ever listen to these people that speak other languages, doesn't it just sound like somebody drowning? You ever watch the movie of somebody drowning? And when they begin to try to talk out of water, what does it sound like? That's what they actually truly sound like. And I'm like, dang. I see you are part of the ocean. Because you just sound like you just in some water trying to have a conversation with me, but you're talking to me out of water. And I can't make sense of it. But my words are very clear and open. But your words are not. Notice that whenever you listen to people, you're going to see these different languages, and it just sounds like these niggas is drowning. That's how I know. That when y'all say cast them into the ocean, that's exactly where they at. Even now, when they standing next to you, they be dead in the ocean. You can tell. Right? That's what you hear. And I look at them like, man, you drowning. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't even talk to me straight. That's what he said. So these are the things he's telling you that it's going to be able to get through. Right? All right. Almost done. So in the means to an end, meaning the purpose. And when it's the purpose of Yah, that's the spirit of Yah. This is the reason why we used to say back in the days, we used to say amen. Because amen meant what? so be it, and that we were agreed with it. Anytime you hear a good word and you know that was the truth, and you was like, you knew that's what it is coming out of that person's mouth, amen means I'm joining you. I join you. That's what it meant. Because amen means amends, a means. When you say, oh, that's the purpose, I'm with that purpose. And they would say what? Amen. Amen mean what? I'm with it. I'm with you, brother, or I'm with you, sister. Amen. That's what it meant, right? When they used to say it, according to how I was taught it, that's what I was taught that it meant. It was to be in agreement. But remember, he said, but ain't no agreement with the what? With the devil. So when they say amen, it's when, okay, we are in agreement with what you just said. That right there, I can receive. Amen. I agree. I join together with you. Us two have become one of that which you just spoke of. That was of Yah. I'm with that. We are together. We are one. We are agreed. We share the same likeness. We share the same sound. Right? It's like attaching yourself to Velcro. You ever know what Velcro is? Mm-hmm. Whenever you hear a word that makes sense to you, you attach yourself to it like Velcro. Like, oh, I'm with that. That's how that works. And then they both move on together. It's like Velcro. Mm-hmm. All right. So we know about two or more that touch and agree, even more. So that's what the two or more mean. Anytime you speak with Yah's word, it's an agreement. Now, if y'all both would have said the same thing and you, me, Yah said the same thing, when we speak of the thing, it's aligned, and those things that are aligned is made true. So anytime I speak the same thing that the prophets speak, and the prophets speak the same thing, then I'm speaking, we all are aligned with Yah. And those things is found to be true, it comes about. Okay? Now, last but not least, the one y'all was waiting to hear too. Yeah, go to John 10, 1 through 8. Because I knew y'all was waiting on that one. I forgot about it. But yeah, it is here. We didn't forget. The one y'all made all the sense because y'all been seeing it. Y'all spirit's been already aligning with it. Like, oh yeah, that's what the spirit is saying. So let's see it then. That way we know. Verily, verily, I say unto you, he that enter in not by the door into the sheepfold, but climb up some other way, the same is a thief and a what? Right. And a robber. Now the sheepfold represents the armies. This is the congregation of Yah. That's why sheep and fold, meaning all of them folded together as one, meaning make as one sound. But he that enter in by the door is the shepherd of the what? The sheep. He's the leader. The door is who? Yahushua, right? He's going to tell you. Now, he's talking about prophecy. The doorway was prophecy. See, to him, the portal opened. What is the portal that is opened? When he speaks, what's opened? The ear of the what?
Prophecy.
Mm-mm.
The ear of...
He is the door of the sheep. So what just got opened?
The doors of heaven? Your ears?
The ear is a doorway too. He is the doorway to the sheep. So he's telling you.
Now you listen.
He will listen. Now this sheep will what? Will listen. That's what he's saying. See, to him, the portal opened. And the sheep here is what? Now the sheep was willing to hear. And he calleth his own sheep by what? Name. See, name represents, that's the comforter. That is the one he's telling you, it's equipping you by who you really are in this fight, in this battle. I can't call you Toby if you're not Toby in this battle. I got to call you by your warrior name. Because you were going into battle. That's why he went from Jacob to what? Israel. Israel is his what name? His battle name. He knew when it was time to fight, he needed to hear the words that was equipped him for battle. And he said he called his own sheep by their warriors or battle name, their soldier name, and leadeth them out. Leaded them into what? Battle. That's what he's telling you. And when he put forth his own sheep, he goeth before them, because he is the what? The leader. The commander and what? Chief. And the sheep follow him. That's the congregation. That's the army. For they know his what? Because they know his commands. They know it. And a stranger, the confused one, will they not what? Follow. But will flee from this one, for they know not the voice of what? Strangers. They know not the voice of those that speaking this and speaking that with these confused noises. Because they just trying to get you to follow their selfish what? Battle. See, that's them trying to tell you, join my team. That'll be somebody that's like of another race talking about, here, join our fight. That's why I always told y'all, don't join the fight of these other races. I mean, they ain't got nothing to do with who? You. But if they talk, that's a confused noise, because who you think they fighting for? They fighting for their own selfish gain. They got nothing to do with Yah's commandments or words. So they tell you, don't join that fight. Stay out of it. That's not for you. But you wait for what? The voice of your command. That's the battle you need to get what? Get up for. You know why they stay still? All them people that was sick during the times of Yahushua. The reason why they was still, because they couldn't get up, because there was many people that was trying to hit them. Many people trying to make them get up. But they wasn't going to budge, because they knew that the fight that they was trying to get them in was what? Vain. It was vain. Like, it was no profit in it. You telling me, come on, get up. You got to help me. And they looking at that stuff like, I might even want to, but the spirit in you is not motivating me. Right? And so these fake pastors and robbers, everybody that came before me was what? Thieves and what? Robbers. See, they was speaking stuff that'll only help themselves. They was being very what? Selfish. And they was like, come on, get up. You can rise, you can walk. And them people couldn't get healed, could they? They couldn't get up. I can't. It ain't them that can't get up. The spirit would have got them up once they speak the spirit unto them. It has to be of a distinction. See, a mustard seed only can speak to mustard what? Seeds. That's why I say, like a mustard seed, it has a distinction. You know it. It's whenever you taste it, you know that's mustard. It can't lie. It ain't fake. You can't mix it with something, can you? Right? Same way like cinnamon. Can you mix cinnamon with anything? Without knowing it's cinnamon? See, you have a distinct things out here that have certain taste. And you can never confuse it. Cumin is one. Cinnamon is another. Mint is another one, right? What is another one you can't confuse?
Mustard.
Huh? Mustard?
Seeds.
Yeah, certain seeds. But you got to have a distinction that you know it once you taste it. Peanuts have a distinction, right? You can't, ain't no other thing tastes like a peanut butter what? But a peanut butter, no matter how it's peanut. You can taste the nut, peanut, all in it. So you're right, nuts have a distinction too. Rosemary, thyme, right? They have a distinction to them. You can't mix them and say, I can use thyme and rosemary and get just thyme. No, it's going to be thyme and rosemary. They mixed. They separate. They maintain their own integrity or their own discipline, right? They don't change. You don't one day grab cinnamon and it tastes like mustard. You never once gonna find it. You know what I'm saying? Oh no, because you will say this doesn't even taste like cinnamon. False advertising, right? So that's different voices. So we know that every voice has its own voice and it only speaks to its people. So the reason why the people couldn't get healed because it wasn't the right one. What they would call the chosen one. It wasn't the right one. When the right one doesn't speak to that right audience, they don't move, do they? They don't move. So that's why the shepherd always looks for what type of sheep? His sheep. Exactly. His sheep. He ain't looking for everybody because everybody ain't going to what? Follow. It ain't going to respond to it. Right? That's the whole point. They don't respond because that's not their shepherd. They won't respond to it. But when it is, like a husbandman, she's going to respond to her husband, but she's not going to respond to the voice of a what? A stranger. She is not going to follow it because she's like, nah, I don't care how much game he speaks right to you. I don't care how many flowers he give unto you. I don't care how many shopping sprees he try to take you on. But if he ain't the one, right? He's just what? He ain't the one. That's gonna make you what? Budge. He can come with all type of money, all manners of everything, but it ain't gonna make you what? It ain't gonna make you budge. Yeah, okay, I hear you. I see you. That's nice. Oh, that's beautiful. But your heart ain't never what? He never won your heart, did he? So you're not gonna budge. That's how it really is. Sheep go to their shepherd according to their teachings. That is who they follow. But if it's not their teaching, they ain't gonna what? They're not gonna follow it. So Yahushua exactly is our head and teacher. So we know when he spoke, we what? We follow. We know who he spoke to and what he spoke about. We know. So when he was out there hitting, he made sure and certain which ones he came to. The ones that would be very obedient to it. He didn't have to force it out of them. He ain't have to come by 17 days straight to get them to get it. But they quickly what? Responded. Some of them he met the same day and they was sold. I'm good. Come on. That was it. All they said, follow me. They're okay, let's go. Because he was of their teaching. Now the teaching is prophecy. Those that are of prophecy are subject unto the prophecy. And these move by prophecy. Now, his disciples, the truth, that's how they moved. Every time he stepped to them, he didn't say, just follow me. He gave them a prophecy and they got up. And they got up. Because they only responded to what? Prophecies. That's why he's telling you, I'm giving you the answers. But if you try to approach them with anything else, money, whatever, all that stuff, that ain't going to make them what? It's not going to make Israel budge. True Israel, the elect, budge on prophecies. They budge. When they heard it, they knew it was true. They got up. This parable spake he, but they understood it not. So he said unto them again, 7, verily I say unto you, I am the door of the sheep. So he's telling you, I'm the one that opens up the ears. I'm the one that opens up the eyes. I'm the one that opens up the mouth. So if it's not by me, they ain't gonna honor it if you're not speaking with my what? Spirit. They're not gonna move. It's my spirit. Or he said, you are not saved by no other means but through what? Yahushua said he is Lord and what? That's what that means. He's the only thing you can use to make that person budge. Or they're not going to what? That's what he said. I am what? Lord and what? I save the body. He said it clearly. But like I told you, we glossed over that, what that meant. When he said that I am your Savior, that's what that means. I, and only I, can be used in this particular situation. And that will budge on my word and my word alone. You can't add none to it or what? Take none away from it, or they won't move. If you add any fluff to it, they ain't budging. This is how things are moved. He said, all that came before me were thieves and robbers, but the sheep did not hear them, see? Because they knew that they was trying to drag them into temptation, things that just not of Yah. They trying to get you set up for destruction. They say, come with me, and then where we going? Why you think they never want to tell you where they're going? Right? Like the government. Y'all want to join the government's armies and stuff, but they never tell you what they quite doing or what they finna to do, right? I'd be like, okay, I'm going to join your army, but I need to know the full plan. What we doing? Where we going? And who we fighting against? That's why they can't tell you. Because if they told you, you will back out. If I walk to you and say, I'm going to take you to go fight Yahusha in his army, would you join? Yeah, there's that look right there. Like, if I told you that's what we finna to do, would you do it? That's why he said the devil deceived the whole world, because he's not going to tell you that's what he's doing. He's not going to tell you, come join me. We finna go over here and run around over here, hit this corner right quick. You're like, where we going? I'll tell you, I'll tell you when we get there. See, that right there, oh, that's a red flag. Why you can't tell me? I want to know before we get there, because if you ain't got nothing to hide, you can, right? But if they lead you down that path, that means because they do have something to hide. See, that's what they know. They finna go fight in the leg. And they trying to get you to just come on, you good? You know what? Stop worrying. You worry too much. It'll be fine. Now, where we going? And so they'll drag them out there. But what I told you, remember, said the devil went to make war with the elect. He went to make war with anyone that would speak prophecy, anybody that would teach the truth. He went to make war with these types. But he's not going to tell you when you join the army, that's who you're going to be fighting against. Like Paul, he didn't tell Paul that Paul would have to be fighting against elect. He did not know that. That's why when he did find out, he got out of it. The same way he didn't tell the donkey until the donkey figured it out, right? Balaam didn't want to tell the donkey where he was going. He's like, get up, just ride, come on. Donkey riding like, hold on, what? And he started seeing all these strange signs and wonders. He's like, where are we going? Then when he seen the angel right there about the best, he knew he was going to fight who? Yahusha. And then he was like, oh, no, I'm not doing that. Not at all, baby. No, this is not what we're doing. No, you can go alone. I remember they said, if you're going to die, you go to hell. But they said, you go all what? You go all by yourself if that's where you're trying to go. But I am not coming with you. That's why I always tell you, let the dead bury what? The dead. Because if you go with them, you're going to have to bury them, and then somebody going to have to come behind and what? Bury you. Because you're going to go in the wrong direction, and blind going to lead the blind. And y'all both, he said, going to get towed down. Don't do it. If that's what they planning on doing, then you let them go by themselves. But as me and my house, we going to serve the Lord. Yeah, and that's how it is, right? He said, so I am the door, and by me, if any man enter in, he shall be what? That's what he said, by me. Because you can't reach no elect but through him. That's what he's telling us. We can't reach elect but through him. Not of our own means. We tell us, lean not what? Upon our own understandings. And he shall go in and out and find pasture. But the thief cometh not but to steal, kill, and what? To destroy. I come that they might have what? Life, and that they might have it what? Because remember I told you? Like this. They come to give you life, restore you, right? And then add what? More to it, right? To stack it up, not to restore. Right. It's not to tearing it what? Down. So he said if they come to try to tear you down, get to talking about favors, and now you owe things, you got to pay for this, you got to pay for that. He's telling you you're dealing with devils, thieves and robbers. These are not of Yah. Because Yah's people, they come to what? Take nothing from you, but start from where you are at in life and start what? Building upon it. First of all, he said, first and foremost thing they do what? Forgive you of what? So that means they already clear the debt. They clear the debt from off top. And they're going to tell you, you don't owe nobody what? Nothing. That's the first. First and foremost, they clear the debt. That means it's from right where you are. Meaning you ain't got to dip no more lower. It stops there. Now from there, my goal is to make you start doing what? Now let me add some things and some amenities to you now. Let me add some things and, things that you're going to need going forward. More luxuries, okay? You don't have cable, let me get you some cable. You don't have, you got a phone? Okay, now let me get you a phone. You don't have, see the things you need to add upon your life, right? From right where you at. Not tear you down any what? Further. That's how you're going to know. He's 11. That way he says, because I am the good shepherd. The good shepherd give his life what? For the sheep. That mean that what is his life? Meaning he showed you through his life what is the response to life. Whenever you run across any demons, devils, mountains, what you supposed to do? Give it the proper what? Response. The proper address. You need to learn to start responding to things the proper way, the way your habitation is what it used to be. Not to be responding to things the way you used to hear that you respond to things, right? Now get out of my face. All that stuff I ain't gonna make nothing get out your face. You gotta talk to it the truth, right? For Yah says, right? For it is written, right? You gotta know how to speak to things. And it is, and because every answer is where? Where every answer to all your problems at? You got it in your hand. What is it? The book, the Bible. Exactly. It's there. It has every response. That's why I say that's the gift. Thank me later. Whatever problem you're facing, trust me, the answer is there. The answer is there. You need to just use the answer. There's no other response. There's no other answer. There's no other comforter to fix your situation but through there, right? And know that. You start there, you end there. Okay? That's our discipline. That's our fruit. That's our bread. That's our blood. Right? But he that is a hireling or a coward and not the shepherd, whose own the sheep are not, see the wolf coming, leaveth the sheep, fleeth, and the wolf catches them and scatter them. See? He set them up for what? For failure. Exactly. See, these pastors doing what for y'all? Setting us up for what? Because they know the arm is, the devil is what? Getting prepared. But how many of them out there trying to get us ready for them? So Yahushua was getting us ready for who? What you think Yahushua was trying to get us ready for? We know what Trump and them doing. So what is he trying to get you ready for?
War.
For war. That's the whole point. You needed these teachers to get you ready for it. We all know it. We feel it on the back of our heads. Oh man, it's coming. But the true shepherd's supposed to prepare you for it and get you ready for it and get you to safely battle and fight and get the victory, which all those things are given already. We all know what the Bible say. We know what Revelation say. How we know we got the what? The victory. Because what did he say? And he cast the devil and the Antichrist into the gates of hell, right? And all was well. So he gave us the what? Already. And the victory of it. That's what he's telling you. The gift. And that's why he calls Yahushua the gift. Because Yahushua's word, which is the spirit of what? Prophecy, was the gift he gave to us that we can be able to manage this battle and this fight. Because it's not going to be through guns. It's not going to be through missiles and bombs and stuff. They're going to be using them, but on each other. But our fight, we had to learn to what? Speak. Speak properly. That was our weapons. But he said the weapons of our warfare are not carnal. Remember he said that? That's how you know. But they are mighty through Yah to the pulling down of what? Strongholds, freeing the elect. You can pull down their chains off of them if you speak the truth to them. You got to speak the truth in love and in charity, and meaning to have compassion on them. Free their debt. Free their debt. Cover them in love. Cover the multitudes of what? Sins. Didn't he say that? Forgive them, have mercy on them and compassion, and show them and teach them and build them up and get them ready for this war. That's our goal. That's our mission. He said, love them as you were what? Because that was how he loved me. That's how I know I am loved, because I am prepared. He didn't leave me unprepared. That's why a lot of times I'm able to face the things that I face, because I'm already prepared for those things. Ready for them. And as you can see, you don't see me pulling out guns, knives. You don't see me grabbing, calling up people and phone a friend and get me out of this, jam me out of it, looking for money, trying to figure out how I'm gonna get the victory this day. Because it's only one way to get it. Through who? Through Yahushua. It's already written how you was gonna get every victory. Melchizedek, that's what he said. According to the order of what? Melchizedek. He gave you meaning the word was right there in it. The orders. See? He gave you the orders of what? Melchizedek. Of what to do. Whenever you're in a situation, you got to be in your warrior mode. And what is the response? Like they said on Set It Off. What is the response when they put a gun in your face? What is the proper procedure? It's not to say, oh! It ain't to throw your hands in the air. It ain't to run off. It ain't to phone a friend. It ain't to pull out your own gun. So you have to have a proper response, okay? All right, so is that about it? I believe that y'all definitely learned. Okay. This is going to be it. So that y'all can finally see it. John 14 and 26, and then we'll go to Luke 24. So go to John 14 because y'all need to hear the last thing, understanding what the Spirit is. 26. John 14, 26. But the Comforter, which is the Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit, whom the Father will send in my name, he shall teach you what? All things, and bring all things to your what? Remembrance. Whatsoever I have said what? Unto you. And that is that peace I leave with you. My peace I give unto you. See, this is the only way out. Not as the world giveth, giving you all them other responses. Give I unto you. Let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be what? Afraid. Yeah, that's the battle. You got to go, but you got to use Yah. And that's what he said, the mother of remembrance, right? Wisdom. That's what I call it, wisdom. And another word for her is remembrance. To remember. It's your memory. She is your memory. You got the Heavenly Father and you got the Heavenly Mother. The Heavenly Father equips you, but the Heavenly Mother makes you what? Remember. These are the things you've lost when you was in the garden. But if you give me, I'm giving them back to you. Through Yahushua's Spirit. Not me, but Yahushua is giving them back. So when they go to Luke 24. Luke 24. And go to down to 36. Now this is when Yahushua had got crucified. Right? And it says that, and he came back to his disciples. And as when he came back, he spoke. Yahushua stood himself in the midst of them and said to them, peace unto you. But they were terrified and frightened, supposing that they had seen the Spirit. And he said to them, why are you troubled? And why do your thoughts arise in your heart? Behold, my hands and my feet, that it is I, myself. Handle me and see. For a spirit have not flesh and bones, as you see me have. So he's telling you that when he gets into you, he's going to get into you. I would say, feel me, understand, handle me, know me, learn me. You will come to find out I'm where? In you. And when he had thus spoken, he showed them his hands and his feet. And while they believed not for joy, he wondered. He said unto them, have you there any meat? And he gave them a piece of broiled fish and of a honeycomb. And he took it and did eat before them. And he said to them, these are the words which I spake unto you while I was yet with you, that all things must be what? Fulfilled, which were written in the laws of what? Moses, and in the what? Prophets, and in the Psalms, that's David, concerning me. Then opened he their understanding that they might understand what? The scriptures. So he's telling you that it's always about thus it is written, right? Keep going. And he said unto them, thus it is written. See, that's how he always spoke, letting you know. And thus it behoved Yahushua to suffer and to rise from the dead the third day. And this, he said that was written for him to do that. So he's telling you that everything he even did was all according to what? As it is what? Written. By who? He told you at the top. By Moses, the prophets, and the Psalms, right? So right, David. So we always got to read what? The prophets. That's Isaiah, Jeremiah, ones we've been reading. Daniel, right? We know the prophets. Then we talk about then when you want to learn more, you got to remember what who said. Moses, because Moses was a what? A prophet too. And then he said Psalms, that's David. You know, he was a prophet what? Too. And then Yahushua said that he was a what? A prophet too. So you got to remember his words, right? John the Baptist was a what? Prophet too. And then you got to listen to the words of Paul, because Paul was a what? Prophet too. Prophesying of what things are to what? To come. So you have to remember, that's how you speak. And he said that's how the Spirit is. And that repentance and remission of sin should be preached in his name. See? That only through his name amongst all nations, beginning at Jerusalem. You are the witness of these things, and behold, I send my promise, the promise of my Father upon you. That's the gift. But tarry ye in the city of Jerusalem until you be endued with the power from what? On high. So he said, until you got that promise, right? Now let me show you when the promise came. Go to Acts 1 and 2. Okay. And it's the same thing. Okay. Speaking to the things pertaining to the kingdom of Yah. Okay, here we go. 4. Acts 1 and 4. And being assembled together with them, remember, because he already told them, go to Jerusalem. He said, y'all gonna get the power, right? Remember, he told them that. And he assembled them together. This verse 4, commanded them that they should not depart from Jerusalem, but wait for the promise of the Father, which he said, ye have heard of me. For John truly baptized with water, but you shall be baptized with the Holy Spirit not many days hence. So when they therefore were to come together, they asked of him, saying, Lord, when wilt thou at this time restore again the kingdom to Israel? And he said unto them, it is not for you to know the times or the season which the Father has put in his own power. But you shall receive what? Power, after the Spirit is come upon you. And you shall be witness unto me both in Jerusalem and in Judea and in Samaria and unto the uttermost parts of the earth. Meaning you be a witness unto me to all the rest of the hidden what? Elects across the what? The world. And when he had thus spoken, while they beheld, he was taken up, and a cloud received them out of their sight, right? And while they were looking steadfastly toward heaven, behold, 2 men stood before them in white apparel, which said, Ye men of Galilee, why stand ye gazing up into the heavens? The same as Yahushua, which is taken from you into heaven, shall come in like manner as you have seen him go into heaven. This is the like manner, the mannerism. This is, we're gaining back our, what you call our what? Mannerism. These are our habitations. These are the things that are our habits. Things we used to do on a daily basis. And we just stopped doing those things. Now in America, nobody speaks Bible anymore, right? We don't do that. We go to everything else. But we got to get back to that, right? That was how we spoke. Then returned they into Jerusalem from the mountain called Olives, which is from Jerusalem a Sabbath day's journey. And when they had come in, they went up into the upper room where abode Peter, James, John, Andrew, Philip, Thomas, Bartholomew, Matthew, James, the son of Eliphaz, and Simon, Zealots, and Judas, the brother of James. These are the rest of the 11 disciples. And they will continue with one accord in prayer and supplication with the women, and Mary, the mother of Jesus, and with his brethren. And in those days, Peter stood in the midst of his disciples and said the number of names together, right? No. Go to Acts 2. Now, Acts 2 says, and when the day of Pentecost was fully come, they were all with one accord in one place, right? And suddenly then what? Came a sound from heaven as a rushing mighty wind, and it filled all the house where they were what? Sitting. And there appeared unto them cloven tongues like as what? Fire, and it sat upon each of them. And they were filled with the Holy what? Spirit, and began to speak with other tongues as the Spirit gave them what? Utterance. But we know he was speaking what? Prophecies. And there were dwelling at Jerusalem Jews, devout men out of the nations. And when they heard this noise abroad, the multitudes came together and was confounded, because that every man heard them speaking in his own word. See, it was speaking to what? The elect, certain ones. And they was from, and that's what he's telling, because these were from other areas, but he was still able to reach them, though he might have been a Hebrew, but he was in Mexico. You know what I'm saying? But so he was still able to talk to that Hebrew that's in Mexico and still get him to understand the truth. Though he was living in Mexico and probably forgot all this the Hebrew language and was probably speaking what? Mexican. But he was still able to reach that Hebrew brother and say, I know you've been here. Let me shake the dust off for you, right? And so all was amazed, saying one to another, behold, all of these speak Galilean, right? So to skip down. 12. And so they was all amazed and were in doubt, saying one to another, what meaneth this? When they had the Spirit. Others mocked, said, these men are full of new wine. But Peter, standing up with the 11, lifted up his voice and said unto them, you men of Judea, and all you dwell in Jerusalem, by this know unto you, and hearken to me. For these are not drunken as you suppose, seeing it be the third hour of the day. But this is which they spoke of by the prophet, what? Joel. He said, it is written, and it shall come to pass in the last days, says Yah, I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall what? Prophesy. And he said, what? That said in the book of what? Joel. Joel is another prophet that we need to always look at. He said, your sons and when the Spirit comes, your sons and the daughters going to understand, they shall what? What's that word?
Prophesy.
Prophesy. It's right there. Sons and daughters. So don't say it's just the men. No, you say sons and what? Daughters will begin to what? Prophesy. Because that's how we're going to learn how to speak. For it is what?
Written.
For it is written. That's what it's telling you. And your young man shall see visions, and your old man shall dream dreams. And on my servants and on my handmaidens, that's the women, I will pour out in those days of my what? Spirit, and they shall what? Prophesy. And I will show wonders in heaven above and signs in the earth beneath, blood and fire and vapors of smoke. The sun shall be turned into darkness and the moon into blood before the great and notable day of the Lord what? Come. Now what day he talking about right there? All this must happen before what day come? And exactly, the war. So it is to prepare you for the what? And he says, and it shall come to pass that whosoever shall call on the name of the Lord shall be what? Saved. So he's telling you right then and now, when that spirit hit, my people, sons and daughters, go into what they call prophecy mode, which is happening now. That's why I'm telling you. They're not going to be speaking like they used to speak. They're going to be speaking in prophecies, always talking to the devils, because you have to learn to prepare yourself before the great and notable day of what? The Lord, before the day of wrath, because you're going to have to fight. And the only way you can fight the devil is through what? Prophecy. And he's telling you now that you won't be able to use no other weapon. That if you try the next war, you're going to what? You're going to die. He's telling you, you're going to die. Flat out. He's going to get you ready for this war, through the war, and it has to come through the prophecy, speaking the spirit of Yahushua. You got to speak to them like you are who?
Yahushua.
Exactly. One sound, one voice, one band, right? One marching band, right? We're all together saying the same thing. That's called prophesying. You can't be saying two different things. That's clashes, unfamiliar noises. We used to walk like that, right? That's why everybody always call us, oh, them niggas look sloppy. That's what sloppy look like. Because she's saying this, he's saying that. The other that's saying this, she's saying, I got to do this, other I got to do that. You ever been, like, every time you go into a hall full of people, don't it sound real noisy? Or into a building where there's a lot of people, because everybody, and thinking about everybody talking, how that sound?
Confusion.
Because you don't know what half the people in there talking, they all them holding conversations with each other, but you don't know what nobody's saying what. Nothing. You don't know what they talking about. That's all you hear. And nothing that makes sense, right? So it's telling you now, you're finna reach a point where you're gonna have to prophesy. Just like the flooding waters, it rises, but then you have to rise what? Above it. The waters are rising, y'all. But you have to always rise what? Above it. Because if you don't rise above it, you're gonna get drowned. What? You're gonna get drowned out. And what it means to get drowned out, it means two things metaphorically and spiritually. First, drowned out is a physical drowning, right?
That one's probably back into captivity.
And the second drowning is them seven spirits, all in your what? Drowning who out?
You out.
Yeah, because conversation can drown you out too. Everybody's screaming and yelling and you can't even hear your own self think. That means you being drowned what? Out. Because they don't want you to speak what? Yahusha. You know what I'm saying? Because Yahusha in you, but it's a very still small what? Voice. Now, all them other things, they're going to come and go. That's because remember Elijah said when he went into the mountain, and he said, they're trying to take my life. And he said, okay, now look out the entrance of the cave. And he looked. And he said, first thing came an earthquake. And then after that, a fire. Then after that, a storm, lightning. And none of those things, because they all came and what? Went. Telling you that's how powers are. They don't have no ability to stay because they full of errors because they don't have what in them? They don't have Yahusha. So let me break it down to you why an element is not allowed to stay. And I'm really dumb, but I just need y'all to know this. A hurricane is not allowed to stay because it doesn't have compassion. So it comes for a time and then it has to what? To go. Because Yah rebukes it. Yah speaks to it and say, okay, you're done. You had enough. Because if you don't stop it, it's just going to keep what? Earthquake has to be rebuked. Because if you don't tell the earthquake to stop, it will what? You have to tell flood to what? I rebuke you, flood. Because if you don't, it'll just keep what? So these things are not allowed to stay because they don't know when to quit. Meaning they don't have no what in them. No mercy or no compassion. So Yah has to rebuke them. That's why Yah always told you don't worship these things, these powers. Because they don't know their own strength. Right? You got to always tell the sun, hey, go down. Because the sun wouldn't stop burning if it, right? Would it? If you just let the sun stay out every day, all night, what it would do to the earth? It would dry it up and burn it. So he has to rebuke the sun and say, okay, now your time is done. You got to go down. Same way, day from night. He has to rebuke those things to go away and only last for a time, right? Because if he doesn't, they would just stay and burn. So that's the same way with all power. And that's how we learn to say, and this too what? Shall pass. We learn to say what that means now that, oh, you ain't going to be here that long. That's why I said the devil only had a what? See, anything that doesn't have compassion or the ability to have mercy, they might rule over you for a time. But because they lack the very things that you're supposed to have, which is compassion, those things don't last what? Forever. But things that do last forever is things that have what in it? Compassion and love. Nobody rebukes that. No one says you got to go because you have love, charity, and compassion and mercy. They never would tell you to go. I don't care if you ruling things or not. They'll never tell you to go. But if you are one of those that try to rule over, oppress, make things hard for people, then trust me, everybody praying for what? Your day to what? Come and what? And go. Nobody wants you to stick around. So understand that all power has to what? Go. Eventually what? Why do you think he said he rebuked all those things when he talking about it in Joel? He said, and then the sun will be darkened and the moon will be put. Because he's going to rebuke what? All of those things. Because they don't have the ability to have what? Compassion or mercy. So all power that does not have passion or mercy, whether it be any rulership, whether it be any nation of people who doesn't know how to do that, Yah will always tell you that those things shall come and what? Go. And those type of people. So you never have to fear those things. I would have said, why worry about a man that won't be here tomorrow? I would take talking about Esau. Why worry about Esau when Esau is only going to be here today and what? Gone tomorrow, because he doesn't know, he doesn't understand what compassion and mercy is. So people like that in kingdoms like that never stay around too long. That's why they're not here today. Same way Egypt was. Here today and what? Gone tomorrow. And y'all continued what? Israel continued on. Because Israel is the only one capable through Yah, as Yah has created for Israel to be the only thing to have that mercy, compassion. That's why they'll be here what? Forever. Long after. That's why you don't have to worry about people threats, because that's all it is. Threats. You don't have to never submit, because all it is what? Threats. And in the sense of putting myself in cuffs to you, when I know as soon as you try to, you're going to fail. And then I'm going to be back free again. So what's the point? In submitting, when I know your grip only going to hold for so long. And then you're going to be gone. Yeah, that's how that works. And we understand these things. That's why we speak against them now. Because we know you only have but a what? Short time. Especially if you come in like that. We know it. But if you come into love, have mercy, have compassion, to bless and not curse, you'll be here for a long time. But if you come to do any other thing, you only have but a what? And we know that, don't we? We done seen it happen a million times. So y'all just have to remember these things. Think of all those who ever tried it and see how far they got. It's not that they don't come, but no weapon formed against you shall what? Shall prosper. So they will try you, but trust me, you'll always get the victory. And now you have been given the gift. The gift is you already been given the what? The answer. This is that answer. How much you pay for it? Nothing. How much you owe somebody for it? That's why you don't trust them pastors now, because they want to charge you for stuff, and they still didn't give you the keys. But here go the keys. That all your answers are right there. It's right there. And I already told you that you will go into prophecy mode, so you ain't even got to look at me and say, he look like he might got it, but what about me? What did that word just say? See, walk by faith and not by what? Sight. What did the word just say? 17. I'm going to read it again so y'all can understand it. Because y'all probably look at, well, maybe he got it. I don't think I'm ever going to get it. Okay. Walk by faith, not by sight. 17. Acts 2:17. It shall come to pass in the last days, says Yah, I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall what? Prophesy. And your young men shall see visions, and your old men shall dream dreams. On my servants and on my handmaidens I will pour out these days my spirit, and they shall all what? Prophesy. So even the word clearly says, how many gonna prophesy of Israel? All. So I don't even know what maybe he might get. I don't think what did the word say? Walk by faith and what? See, you gotta always tell that devil when it pops up, for it is written, right? What did the word say? Just remember. Your memory is to always recall what you heard. It is written. You know the future. It's right there. You already know the fate is right there. For it is written. For any devil try to tell you, girl, I don't think you ever gonna get it. You ought to say, for it is written. The Bible say I'm gonna get it. Matter of fact, the Bible say I already what? Because he gave me the gift. Remember? I already got the gift. How long this book been out? Well before you was born. So that meant you already got the what? You got the gift. And you already got the answer. You ain't got to search for it. It's right there. It's right there. You just take you time to what? To read it. That's why he said, ask, and you shall what? Receive. See? Seek and you shall what? Find. Knock and the door shall be what? Why you think he said it? Because he already told you he been opening the door for you. You just wasn't listening. He been revealed it. It's been there. Well before you was born. Whenever you needed to figure it out. I remember saying before she travailed, before she tried to wonder what she was going to do, the answer was already what? It was already given. Hallelujah. Now with that, that will conclude our family. That is called the gift.